stark and bold. Depressive realism clears the haze, while hope takes root in critical gaze. We search for a path, no matter how steep, to find the truth that lay buried deep. This is the Finding Gnosis show, where illusions break and deeper truths grow. Philosophy and thought light the way through the dark toward a brighter day. Not endless struggle, but a fight worth the cost, seeking the meaning we thought was lost. Promise ease, we don't promise rest, but a journey to uncover what's best. In cosmic indifference we still find might, to question, to change and to ignite. Welcome to Finding Gnosis, where truth takes a stand. Together we search, together we understand. Through reflection, critique and bold exploration, we strive for meaning. The journey begins, the truth will unfold. This is the Finding Gnosis show. Through the cosmic indifference and through despair, we dig for meaning that might be there. No promises of comfort or bliss, just truths we strive not to dismiss. This is the Finding Gnosis show, where illusions break and deeper truths grow. Philosophy and thought light the way through the dark toward a brighter day. Not endless struggle, but a fight worth the cost, seeking the meaning we thought was lost. Pessimism asks, why even try? We answer with questions reaching the sky. A critique of the systems, the myths we hold, a reflection on truths both stark and bold. Depressive realism clears the haze, while hope takes root in critical gaze. We search for a path, no matter how steep, to find the truth that lay buried deep. This is the Finding Gnosis show, where illusions break and deeper truths grow. Philosophy and thought light the way through the dark toward a brighter day. Not endless struggle, but a fight worth the cost, seeking the meaning we thought was lost. Promise ease, we don't promise rest, but a journey to uncover what's best. In cosmic indifference we still find might, to question, to change and to ignite. Welcome to Finding Gnosis, where truth takes a stand. Together we search, together we understand. Through reflection, critique and bold exploration, we strive for meaning. The journey begins, the truth will unfold. This is the Finding Gnosis show. the cosmic indifference and through despair, we dig for meaning that might be there. No promises of comfort or bliss, just truths we strive not to dismiss. This is the Finding Gnosis show, where illusions break and deeper truths grow. Philosophy and thought light the way through the dark toward a brighter day. Not endless struggle, but a fight worth the cost, seeking the meaning we thought was lost. Pessimism asks, why even try? We answer with questions reaching the sky. A critique of the systems, the myths we hold, a reflection on truths both stark and bold. Depressive realism clears the haze, while hope takes root in critical gaze. We search for a path, no matter how steep, to find the truths that lay buried deep. This is the Finding Gnosis show, where illusions break and deeper truths grow. Philosophy and thought light the way through the dark toward a brighter day. Not endless struggle, but a fight worth the cost, seeking the meaning we thought was lost.
Hello. Hello to everybody who has joined us already. Welcome to the Finding Gnosis show, number 11 already. So that's gone fast. We have Tanel in the house, first of the comments, and we have Nefarious Rockers, aka Seb, who thinks the owls are stressing everybody out. Hello, Seb. And we have Carl Lindbergh. Okay. And Chickpea's here again. Chickpea, have you ever met an owl? I've seen owls, if that counts. I mean, depends what you mean by meet an owl. I've seen an owl in the trees. There's lots of tawny owls around where I am, and I can hear them at night sometimes. So yeah, you'll find, I think there's a few species of owls in London, tawny owls, definitely. Small-eared owls or something. There's a few of them. I'm not au fait with all the names of them, but I think there's like 2 or 3 species of owl around the place. But definitely tawny owls, there's lots of those. Jean-Francis says, good video already, good vid. Hello to Brother Marcus. Greetings, sir. Do come on if you want to. Chickpea says that she met a Eurasian owl once, many years ago. She let me hug her and kiss her on her. Okay, good. Well, did she let you do that? Oh, she did let you do that, I suppose, if you did it. Let's have a go and look at another comment here. Divine Hazel, never met an owl I didn't like. Okay, so today we are talking about lessons from history, and that was the poll that was in the community posts. There were a few different options, and towards the end of the poll, lessons from history won. It was actually paranormal phenomena that was leading the poll, and I thought it was going to be a whitewash because it was leading very, very well. And then suddenly, lessons from history started picking up speed, and finally overtook the poll, and it is the winner. So that is why this show today is about lessons from history. What have we learned from history, and how can we proceed based on what we've learned from history? So that is the topic of the show. Welcome to everybody here. The link is in chat if you want to come on. We'll wait for 1 or 2 others to come on here. before we get going. And hello to anybody who's watching on Twitter. I think, oh, there's only one person at the moment watching on Twitter, but hello to that one person watching on Twitter. Nice to have you with us. So yeah, Seb, how are you doing? Are you well?
Yes, I'm well.
Jolly hockey sticks. And we are you interested in this topic? Which way did you vote in the poll?
Uh, I voted for the paranormal stuff. I don't consider myself to be a historian.
Okay,
I'm not good with that topic, I guess. But there's some things from history that I know.
right.
I guess one of the greater lessons that can be gained when one looks at history is just everything seems to fit into the theme of people being evil. It's hard to, I mean, if one looks through a history book,
Mm.
one will be more appalled all the horrors that has been going on than
Is it not the case though, Seb, that in history there's also good? So there's like it's a battle between good and evil a lot of the time.
yes, but if we compare the good, like, to me, like, I feel like there's an asymmetry if we compare the good and the bad.
So you
So
think
in
more bad
first,
things have happened than good things?
if we think about the battles of Alexander the Great and what he did after those battles, that's really bad. And
Yeah, to tell us a little bit
when
about what
we
you know.
compare, huh?
What do you know about Alexander the Great and what he did after his battles?
He was mentored by Aristoteles, and I don't know too much about him. He was mentored by Aristoteles. He was raised to become as good of a conqueror as he could be, and he won battles. Like, I don't know much. I don't know. It's very like surface level, but the Aristoteles. I know he got advice from Aristoteles about. Yeah, he asked him he sent him a letter on if he should fuck up the people that he conquered, and Aristoteles told him to not do it. He had to like win over the people that was conquered, right? I
Right.
guess presumably to placate them.
Hmm. So Chickpea wants to know what do I think of the Battle of Dunkirk, Operation Dynamo back in 1940 during World War II. Um, well, I mean, it was an example of never giving up. You know, despite the fact that the Germans had managed to, you know, make their way through France and were doing well, gaining ground. The British soldiers and the French soldiers stranded in Dunkirk got out of there because other humans helped them evacuate, and there's a lot of them there, wasn't there? Was it, I don't know, 300, 400,000 of them, and they managed to get them out to safety. And I think that it just shows what can be done in difficult times when when you put your heads together and you try to act with diligence and carefulness. When when shit hits the fan, sometimes remarkable things can happen. But obviously, in the military, they did have and they do have contingency plans. They do have a lot of people who know a lot of things about logistics and supply chains and how to move things around how to move people around. So yeah, always be prepared. Always think about what could be, because one day it could save your life or the lives of others. I suppose is the lesson learned from that. But yeah, the Second World War, obviously a pivotal moment in world history, something that I learnt about as a youngster. Um, but don't you wonder why the troops, why he turned his troops round? Yeah, I, yeah, it's a good question actually. I mean, I presume it's because of his other more pressing engagements in the East, you know. Um, but one thing about the World War II is Hitler was getting it from all sides, and thank God for that, because if he hadn't been getting it from Russia, you know, he could have got Britain. Um, so even though we were enemies with Russia, they did help us. And
Hitler was
sorry,
so, oh no, I was so tired that I actually interrupted you by mistake, by accident. Go on.
you were so tired you interrupted me. That's a new one. I've never heard that one before.
Okay, maybe that didn't fit a particular norm or something. Maybe that's considered a like a mistake or something to say. But I was tired and I interrupted you.
I think, yeah, Dunkirk. I mean, I don't know why Hitler turned around in Dunkirk, but I presume it was because he had confidence in his air power, you know, in his ability to do damage with his airplanes. Um, but if you know, Chickpea, if you have a thought on it, let me know. I'd be grateful to hear about it. Um, we'll see. I mean, you told us before you're 70. Obviously, you weren't born during World War II, but you were born not that long after, I suppose. There were people around who could have told you stories and told you what it was like. So it would have been interesting to hear. It would be interesting to hear what those people told you. I heard stories as well, but I'm sure you heard stories that were fresher in the memory of people. Hello, Chickpea. So why do you think Hitler turned around at Dunkirk?
I've got no idea, obviously, because I wasn't there, but it seems very strange to me that
because that was well before he got the Russian ship, wasn't it? Because the Russian ship was more the Battle of Britain, wasn't it? The end of the Battle of Britain.
Well, I don't know so much about that end of it, but I can't understand why the German army pushed all those soldiers, all 400,000, onto those beaches. They had them, and they had them. Then he turned all his soldiers around and sent them off to Russia and all his air force, okay? And then we will be led to believe that this evacuation happened overnight. It didn't happen overnight. It happened over space of a fortnight, and he allowed it to happen. And also,
yeah, but he must have thought that his planes were gonna come over and kill everybody, you know. But obviously,
yes, exactly. That's what so why didn't he just kill? He had them. He had those 400. He had.
Yeah, I don't understand. Yeah, but he didn't need to use his men to do it on the ground. He could have got his planes.
He could have just sent his.
But they couldn't do it. They weren't able to achieve it. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah, why? Why is that?
I don't know. To be honest with you, I don't know enough about the military actions that day. But I'm presuming there were some anti-aircraft like fire going on. But they didn't send the planes in, did they?
No, and that evacuation.
Was very. You're right. It's extremely weird. You're right. It is extremely weird.
That evacuation took 2 weeks, and it was done by little ships going to and from the UK, back and forwards. Plus, I don't know if you know this or not, and it is in the book you can buy nowadays. But during World War II, there were 2 members of the German aristocracy who served as high-ranking officers in the British Army during the Second World War.
It doesn't surprise me because there were people who were anti-Nazi, you know, and there were also people who found them themselves for whatever reason to be in Britain at the start of the war, and you know, depending on who they were either put in prison or perhaps they were allowed to join the military if they'd been here long enough. I don't know the ins and outs of their citizenship details. Who were those people?
I don't know. There's a book. I have got a book on the subject somewhere. I don't know. I've got hundreds.
I read before that Adolf Hitler's brother lived in Liverpool and married a Liverpudlian. Is that true?
Yeah. I don't know about that one, but I do know about the two very, very high-ranking German aristocrats. One was an admiral in the British Army, and the other was a admiral in the British Navy, and the other one was a field marshal in the British Army, whilst the Second World War was taking place. And I'll tell you something else weird about World War II, because my mother lived in Rotterdam by the docks during World War II, and I have got Jewish people in my family via marriage. And you know, they say they didn't know about what was going on in the concentration camps. You know, the British.
So you say the Germans didn't know? That's what they say, isn't it?
No, they're saying the Brits didn't know.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Well, if my mother was my mother was 6. My mother knew what was going on. My mother knew where those Jews had been sent, which you saw being loaded onto the trains. Little 6-year-old girl she was. My whole family knew. I know a lot about this because my grandmother's lost a couple of children Second World War because they helped support the Jews.
So your parents during World War II, what did they tell you about it? Their experience?
No, my grandparents. My mother said. My mother lived in Rotterdam. She was a little girl, and she used to live right by the docks. And every day, the Nazis were there, and they used to bring all the Jews to Rotterdam to the docks where my gran lived, and then used to put them all on trains and send them off to Germany. And my mother knew where they were going. And she knew.
That's crazy, Mum.
So, you know, that's the brutal reality behind it all.
That is the brutal reality of humans. And do you think that could happen again? That kind of
will.
Yeah.
Of course it will. You know, I've lived in Germany as an army brat. My stepfather's in the armed forces, and I've seen how mad the military is. And if that could have happened in Germany 80 years ago, so it's a beautiful country, because it's a beautiful, beautiful, civilized, such a gorgeous country. If that could happen there, anything can happen in the world.
Wow.
I've also been to Belgium.
Wow. With your stepdad?
Yes, my stepfather was in the British Army. And we lived in Aden, Bahrain, Germany. I had quite a time of it when I was young. Yeah, I learned a lot. A lot.
Yeah. And what was your favorite experience traveling around the world with your stepdad?
Yeah, I went all over the place.
What was your favorite experience?
My favorite experience was living in Yemen. I lived in Yemen when my mother first married him when I was 6 to 8 years old. And Yemen was the most beautiful place.
Really?
And yeah, oh God, it was Aden I lived in. And the sky, beautiful sky, big yellow sun, beautiful beaches. There were camels walking around everywhere, goats walking around all over the place. And I felt like Alice in Wonderland.
And you still think that this world is not a good place to be after that?
It was, oh yes. I've never recaptured the love I had for Aden ever again in my life. It's never happened again. That was a real glitch.
And it's not a nostalgic memory that comforts you on your dark nights of the soul?
No.
Sorry to hear that.
I had 2 good years. I had 2 fabulous, fabulous years. It was a glitch in the matrix. Literally. No, it was. We lived right by the coast, and it was.
No, I'm just laughing at the way you worded it. A glitch in the matrix, as if like everything else. Yeah. Okay.
It was.
Well, I'm glad you had a pleasant experience, Chickpea. You know.
And also, I haven't finished.
Go ahead, then. It's your show. Go ahead. It's your show. Go on.
Yeah. And what do you think of the Battle of the Somme? It's a matter of interest. Do you know the Battle of the Somme, where they dealt all these ditches? Yeah. Have you read about that? And they had a football match and a big party the night before the war started.
And they got on all right during the football, and then the next day they're blowing each other to smithereens.
Their bosses say, pick up your guns and they kill each other?
Yeah.
Oh, you wondered about that?
Yeah, I mean, I've heard these stories. I've heard about, Christmas time when they were singing like Stille Nacht and Silent Night together.
Yeah.
And they said they're playing football together
Yeah.
when they came out of the trenches. And yeah, I mean, it just got. I've always thought that war is what they send common folk to, and
Isn't it
like,
weird?
and like the people running it aren't the common folk.
No. Oh God, no, no.
The common folk are just pawns in this world. The
Yes.
average Joe people, you know, the citizens are pawns for the
Yeah.
for the elite, for the powers that be. The citizens are the people that are manipulated and bent this way and that for the powers that be. Now we have democracy apparently, and I do think we're more democratic today than we were back then because I suppose we're more educated. But the problem is, maybe I'm naive in that view. I don't know. Maybe
no, you're not naive at all.
No.
No, you know, I was brought up in the armed forces. I also spent 3 years in the Navy. And one thing that sickens me about the human races, the masses, myself included, is the way we bow down to our betters. And it bloody sickens me. And the Battle of the Somme is a classic example of that, where the fighting forces had more in common with the guy they were killing than they had with the person telling them to do the killing. You get what I mean? The people they were fighting were just ordinary street folk.
They were almost on the same side in some ways.
Exactly.
You know, if they had got, and that's often the way. The people fighting each other are often, you know, they're kind of like kindred spirits. They're both the victims of the same kind of circumstances, yet they're fighting against each other, and that's kind of what happens in this world.
Yes,
you know?
and that's what's scary about this world, because it will happen again. If it's happened once, it will happen. History's full of it. Battle
of the Somme was a fucking horrible one, though, wasn't it?
A real horror story. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, World War One was probably even more horrible than World War Two. In terms of the actual horror on the battlefields, you know, the mud, the trenches, the chemical warfare. You know, that obviously it was a little bit earlier, and there was probably technology wasn't as good as World War Two. There's probably worse medical care. I don't know if there had been significant discoveries in between World War One and World War Two, but I presume there'd been a few. And just the sheer volume of people dying on battlefields, and you know, it was like a kind of weird mix of modern warfare and archaic forms of, you know, field fighting. And it didn't go well because there was machine guns and there was people and there was machine guns with people running into them. It was insane. There was charges, people charging with fucking, you know, what do they call those guns with the fucking knife on the end? What are they called again? Bayonets. Yeah, there's people charging with bayonets at fucking machine gun fire. I mean, it was fucking insane. And then there's all these poor fuckers with trench foot, you know, standing in the wet, mucky trenches too long, and they all got rotten feet. That killed a lot of people actually.
Yes.
Sheer horror, and as you say, a lot of these guys didn't even know, really don't know what the fuck they're even fighting for. They're just told.
But I wish that the workers, the masses,
go to war. And you know, it was a crazy war, and World War II was a crazy war as well.
Yes.
Out of interest, do you think we'll ever see a World War III?
Yes. You know what else?
You do?
Of course it's going to happen. Of course it is. Of course. Don't you think so?
I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen, but like,
it's going to happen again. It will happen. We've been at us humans have been fighting. Read a history book. It's full of war and exploitation. It's full of it. That's all there is. War. Not goodness. You know what else I found interesting about the Second World War as well is London. Okay, have you noticed the Germans didn't bomb the good parts of London?
Yeah, because Hitler wanted to come over and he wanted to live in Buckingham Palace.
Isn't it interesting that how they knew exactly where to bomb and not to bomb? Fascinating, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, in World War II, the scary ones were like the V-16s, and you know the unmanned. Basically, they got the technology for. They used to drop the bombs by plane, but then they started sending missiles over that were timed to drop at after a certain period of travel. and they cause a lot of damage. You know,
Yeah.
what are they? V16s. What are the names of them again?
V16 bombers, weren't they? V16 bombers.
There was another one as well, V15 probably, but they were serious
They're
weapons.
V52 bombers. You mean?
No, I'm gonna look it up for you now.
No,
V50,
it's all right, don't worry.
V16s, I think.
All right. And you know what else? A horrible story about World War II that never gets talked about was the Great Dutch Famine. You know, the Great Dutch Famine happened in Holland during the Second World War. Thousands upon thousands.
Oh, sorry, V weapons, the V1.
Right.
You know, the V1 and V2. Yeah, so they were flying rockets, flying bombs, basically.
Lovely.
They were like an early cruise missile.
Yeah.
So it says here the V1 was launched from the ground or an aircraft. It used to fly about 400 miles per hour. It used to go about 150 miles in range. Had 850 kg of explosives. Okay. And then there was the V2, which could fly over 350,000 miles per hour.
See,
and its range was 200 miles. So they used to send them off. They used to fire them from the coast, you know, probably from the Dutch coast, the French coast, and towards London. And they had a timer on them as to when to drop, you know, because they knew how long it would take at that speed to fly over London. And then they used to just drop, and they used to make a whistling sound as well when they fell.
My mother told me about that, the whistling sound.
Yeah, so you knew it was coming, but there was nothing more you could do. You know, when you heard it coming, just had to try and dive for cover. But that whistling sound was kind of like to add to the fear of it as well, because it was kind of like once you heard it, you knew there was nothing you could do. It was coming, and that was it.
Can I just say
Frank says, I thought it is more a Gnostic channel. Well, I mean, we are seeking Gnosis here, Frank. We're seeking Gnosis. So come on here. We talk about everything here. We talk about what is going on in this realm. How is it that it is so bad? How can we make it better? What is the Gnosis we should learn from our experience, if any? But Frank, do come on here and talk if you want to. Sorry, Chip P, you were going to say?
Yeah, and also, you know, the Dutch famine, I don't know if you heard about it, there was a million, well, not millions, but hundreds of thousands of Dutch people died. And there was
I did hear about some. I have, but refresh us. Go ahead.
Yeah, my mother lived through that. My mother was a child. This was during the
Second World War. Was that exactly?
That would have been from 19. I don't know the whole. God, I get so confused in all these dates. It was during the Second World War. She was 6, and there was this food famine. There was no food at all. Mum said people were dying on the streets, and she was sent away to a farm. They sent the children away, but Oma and everybody else had to stay in Rotterdam.
Yeah, but it was more. It was to do with the Germans occupying the Netherlands. All right.
But yes, it was something to do with the English doing it. I tell you,
it was the Germans occupying, and then the Allies were preventing stuff getting there. Yeah, because they created a blockade of supplies getting there to starve out the Nazis and to prevent them getting, you know, weaponry and whatever.
But you know what gets me the most about all this? You know, it really cracks me up. Is that I'm anti-royalty. I'm totally opposed to royalty. Now, but speaking as a Dutch person, the Dutch hate the Germans, and still goes back to the Second World War. But their royal family are Germans. Same with the English.
Aren't they all? But if you go back further than that, are they German, or are they like Normans, or what are they?
Well, the Germans, aren't they? Saxe-Coburg.
Saxonburg, yeah. But where do they come from before that?
Well, they come from all over Europe. So all over Europe, isn't it? I don't know, but it's always.
I mean, you can go back further than that. I think you can go back to like the Normans, and then you can go back to.
Oh, I don't know all that history further back. Yeah, I don't know all that stuff. I'm Second World War. I know a lot of. Yes, I've heard it all my life.
You know, as much as I'm a kind of Republican, I don't envy the royal family. Around no, because you know, when you're born into that, they have a lot of obligations, and they have to behave themselves, and they have to well, they do. They have to behave a certain way. They have to go to a lot of events.
I mean, I've met Charlie Boy. Oh, did I say Charles? Yes, I met Charles when I was in the Wrens. I was a little Wren, 20 years old, and there I was trotting aboard a minesweeper. It was he was on the Brothington. and I was going aboard the pay quiz, and I bumped right into him, and he was wearing the suit of a lieutenant. So I just stood there and looked at him because he was wearing the coat of a lieutenant. He said to me, or he said to his sidekick, "What is this Wren doing on board my ship?"
What is this? What? Sorry.
Wren. I was a wren.
Oh, wren.
A wren. That's what they used to call us, wrens.
A little bird. Yeah.
Yeah, they used to, well, Women's Royal Naval Service, wren, on board my ship. There was me, my little 20-year-old me, talking about the place. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I think he's mellowed out since then. Guys, if anybody wants to come on, we'll get the show going. The questions are, waiting for us to answer them. But I suppose we can go ahead with you, Chickpea. What historical event do you think had the most significant impact on the world today, and why?
I've got no idea.
Personally, I think Enola Gay. The bombing of Hiroshima.
Do you?
By the Yanks. I think that was I think the use of a nuclear bomb in war. I think that's one of the most significant.
The peace for the last 80 years.
It caused peace, but it's also caused kind of the Cold War. It's caused the well, it hasn't caused the Cold War, but it's caused a lot of it's caused peace, thankfully, but it has caused I suppose countries to try and find other ways to outsmart each other. And although that's a natural thing that countries always do, isn't it? They're always trying to compete with each other. So I think the fact that it caused peace, it's been a good thing. But the problem is other countries have the nuclear bomb, and also you can't trust the people that have the nuclear bomb to be morally good or to be good forces in the world. So it's a huge problem, but it's still a very significant impact on the world, isn't it?
Yes. I think the best thing is the invention of the internet.
Invention of the internet.
Yes. I love the internet. Love it.
Do you remember going on the internet for the first time?
Well, I was working. This is back in the 80s, so I had an early start. I can't remember dates and everything, but I had a very early start. And
they had this weird telex thing, didn't they, back then? It was like a
telex machine. Oh God, yes, I used to have to use them.
What was it called?
Telex machine. And you used to have to sit there typing on the machine. You could talk people over the world as you typed, like you can with the internet. I remember telex machines and fax machines and manual typewriters. Oh God. Maybe the invention of the golf ball.
Invention of the golf ball?
Typewriter.
Oh, sorry. Oh, yeah. Oh, sorry. I'm a bit after you. So, yeah, they did have that little ball in the typewriter to help it be a bit more speedier. Yeah. So, were you, I imagine your words per minute was quite good?
Yeah. Yes, I'm very fast. I was very fast. But I've played my hands are very arthritic. Type
and they didn't know what repetitive strain injury was in those days, did they?
Yeah.
Or carpal tunnel syndrome. And
I've got both.
Yeah,
but
it's crazy how just using a bloody computer keyboard and a mouse can fuck up your anatomy.
Yes.
So Brother Marcus wants to know, why do you love the internet?
Because it's so informative. If you want to know the answer to a question, just Google it. Love it. Just Google anything you want to know. But
you do check the answers, do you? You don't accept them at face value.
Well, I've got nothing to check them against.
Well, usually it's sometimes when you Google something, you should kind of see if it's the same thing has been said, or if there are alternative perspectives or accounts.
Oh yeah, I read all the different bits, but no, I love the internet. I do love it.
I do as well.
Yes, I love the internet.
Okay. So, in terms of a historical event that you think had the most significant impact on the world today, you think the invention of the internet?
Yes.
Which I believe was an American thing, a secret service, not somewhere like the Pentagon. I had it first. Was that right? Am I right?
I don't know. Sorry, you've asked me a question.
It was like an internal kind of American kind of government thing that they used the Secret Service over there used. Let me.
Oh, I don't know.
Let me just.
I thought it was an English guy that invented the internet. That English bloke, I've got the name.
Let me see. The United States did not invent the internet. Okay, 1 second.
Ooh.
Yeah, you're right. It was the United States did not invent the internet, but it played a crucial role in its development. Okay, so the internet's roots trace back to the 1960s, yeah, and its development was largely funded by the U.S. government, particularly through the Department of the Defense. Okay, so the early origins are in what was known as ARPANET, ARPANET, and it was the first real precursor to the internet. It was created as the Advanced Research Projects Agency of the U.S. Department of Defense in 1969. Okay, it used a technology called switching, which broke up data into smaller packets so that it could travel independently over different routes and be reassembled at the destination. This was a key innovation for the development of the later internet. Now, it was designed to connect different research universities and military institutions to allow the sharing of information and resources, okay, in America. The first message was sent over the ARPANET on October the 29th, 1969, okay,
Wow.
between the University of California, Los Angeles, and Stanford University. The message was supposed to be login, okay, but the system crashed after the first 2 letters were sent, which makes it the first failed attempt at communication. Okay,
Wow.
so the first effort to send a message on the precursor to the internet, the ARPANET, actually failed. So the first message to appear on the screen was failed. The development of the TCP, the Transmission Control Protocol, and the Internet Protocol by Vint Cerf and Robert Kahn was a breakthrough. This is between the 1970s and 1980s. Okay, so the ITCP and the IP protocol in the 1983. Okay, the ARPANET, so the American government's precursor to the internet, adopted TCP/IP, which allowed for different networks to be linked, and this formed the modern internet. Okay, and then the World Wide Web is often confused with the internet, but is actually a service that runs on top of the internet. Okay, so it's on top of what was before. It was invented by Tim Berners-Lee in 1989 while working at CERN, European Organization for Nuclear Research. Berners-Lee's goal was to create a system that allowed researchers to access and share information over the internet. Okay.
Yeah.
So he developed the concept of hypertext, so HTML, and the first web browser and web server, which enabled the creation and browsing of websites. This is part of the internet that most people use today. The first website was called info.cern.ch, and it was launched in 1991 and served as a platform for researchers to share scientific information. And then it goes on to talk about the growth of the internet, but we know a lot. We know more or less about that. And then we have it resulting in me and Chickpea talking on the internet. So there you go. So will we go on? Does anybody else want to come on here and talk? By the way, if you don't want to talk, you can answer in the comment section. What historical event do you think had the most significant impact on the world today, and why? You can answer in the comments, in the live chat if you want to. We will read out the comments. I might even ask Chickpea to do it. Seb has disappeared. He says he's not up to it at the moment.
I can't see them.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, if you can't see it, I'll do it. Chickpea, don't worry. No stress. Less success. Right. So it's Friday, and we're starting the weekend. I know that it's 20 to 10 at night here, but obviously in America, Canada, and such, it's they're a bit behind us, so they might even still be at work. They will be at work, some of them. So yeah, probably not a good time for them, but they might join us in a bit.
Why
So. No, there are people there. There are people there, but no one's asking the questions.
All right.
Seb is back. Seb, what historical event do you think had the most significant impact on the world today, and why?
What?
What historical event do you think had the most significant impact on the world today, and why?
You said something. I will answer it. But you said something about how, I guess, in the flow of causality, that even like the smallest thing will have just as much of an impact as one of the greater things. Now, if a piece is missing, right, the history and events will be different. There are so
Right.
many events that happen that, and I don't think I will be able to answer
Yeah,
it.
but clearly you would agree that despite it being a deterministic universe where everything is being caused by something else, some things have a seemingly greater gravitas, right? They cause more of a wave around them. They cause more things to topple over. They influence more future outcomes, right?
Yeah,
They create more of an aplomb, you know.
it's
So
difficult.
I mean, personally, there's a lot of them. I mean, there's a hell of a lot of them. I said the Enola Gay bombing Hiroshima. Okay, I said that was a major impact on the world today. The use of a nuclear bomb. Okay, when they saw the devastation it could cause. I mean, Japan obviously surrendered, and everyone else shit themselves. Uh, and it ultimately led to the end of World War II, didn't it? And we haven't had a world war since, although we've had lots of other wars, and we've had lots of shit since. But the powers that be, the ultimate powers like the nuclear powers, haven't fought each other outright. Now, there's been obviously one of the impacts, I suppose, is there's been lots of proxy wars, and that's been a little bit of a problem, whereby perhaps areas that aren't directly involved uh, in the kind of Cold War or the war or the competition between Russia, for example, China and America, Britain, Europe. Uh, these countries that aren't directly involved in that become battlegrounds. Okay, proxy wars where the powers that be vent their frustration and have wars because they know they can't fight each other, because if they fight each other it will lead to nuclear war. So what they do is they inadvertently fight each other in other countries, you know. And I suppose that's one of the impacts of the uh, the nuclear armory of these powers. The problem of proxy wars, you know. Um, Seb, any other points you'd like to make on historical events that you think had significant impacts on the world today?
If we can talk about the recent events,
Sorry,
like the development of AI, maybe, like seems.
recent. That's very recent history. Yeah. So yeah, no, I mean you could say that.
Uh,
I mean, I would say things like recently. I mean, it's not that recent. 20th century antibiotics, obviously very beneficial to the health and well-being of humans, led to an increase in our population. That's led to greater survivability, greater longevity, and probably more people having children, greater infant survival rates, etc., etc. Um, and
yeah,
you said AI, discovery of AI. Yeah, I suppose if you're going to
yeah,
go to modern 21st century, I'd say the 9/11 attacks, wouldn't you? Wouldn't you say that was something that significantly impacted very recent history, or
yes,
the modern day, even the 9/11 attacks?
yes,
Changing global security, causing wars, causing people to be scared and afraid. Shaping a lot of intergovernmental relations. Um, Yeah, and I suppose the global financial crisis 2008, that's a very recent, you could call it history, I suppose, historical event that has caused a lot of problems around the world.
Yeah.
And I suppose people will look back and say the COVID-19 pandemic, and that had a significant impact on us as a species, the world, um, our hopes and fears, our economies, and also perhaps even it showed a kind of polemic line in humans between those who will accept governmental advice and those who would fight tooth and nail against any interference in their private life by a government power. It's caused a lot of problems in terms of creating a disharmonious society, I suppose. COVID-19, because there's a lot of
Did you
people that have trust the governments around the world, and there's a lot of people that don't. I think personally, it depends on what country you're in. But go ahead, Chickpea. What were you going to say?
did you believe in the COVID thing?
I did. I actually got COVID.
You did.
No. I got COVID. I know I got COVID because I had the symptoms and I've never had them before. When I had COVID, I mean, I think I might have made a video on this when I had on this channel when I had it.
Right.
I had COVID and I couldn't smell. I've never had that before in my life. I completely lost my sense of smell.
Oh, wow.
I had it, yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
Gosh.
no, it did exist, and it was unlike anything I've ever had. I mean, I've had a cold, I've had a flu before, I've had a chest infection, all these things. I mean, I didn't go to hospital or anything. I overcame it myself at home. I suppose you, being a little bit of a recluse, as you say,
I'm a
that
recluse.
probably was in your favor during COVID.
I don't catch anything here.
Yeah, because you don't go out to get it off.
Anyone anymore? No.
Yeah. So. That was they say being a recluse is dangerous, but clearly not in times of a pandemic or an epidemic.
I was one of those ones that refused to wear a mask. Oh, geez.
Wow.
A bit naughty.
No, I mean I've known people who died of it as well. In the locality and stuff. So
Gosh.
definitely there was a increase in mortality rates during it. In certain age groups. Yeah. I mean, a lot of people are very skeptical about it, but listen, it did exist. I personally, what my view on it, I think it did come from a laboratory. I don't know whether it was by design or by accident, but I think it got out of Wuhan. There's a laboratory there where they were meddling with these types of things. I don't know whether it came out on purpose or by design. I don't know, but it definitely existed. As for the vaccines, I don't know whether they were good or bad.
Did you have one?
Did I have them? I had them at the beginning, but I didn't. Right. I think it's funny because when I had it, I got fucking COVID straight after it. So then I said, "Fuck!" I said, "I'm not getting another one," and I didn't because it was like a month afterwards. I had COVID. I mean, it in terms of the impact on humans. I would say the COVID crisis was scary because. At first, we didn't know where it was going, did we? It looked like this thing was spreading rapidly. Well, it was, and we didn't quite know the ramifications, whether it was going to be like the Black Death in Europe during the medieval period, or whether it was going to be more benign. But it did seem very, very terrifying at first, and it didn't seem like a very pleasant way to go either, from what I've read and seen with people who died from it. They were put in isolation with tubes down their throat and on respirators and whatever, and they were in isolation, didn't have their loved ones around them, and it just seemed like a horrific experience. Brother Marcus comes on here. Actually, this is definitely I would say I would agree with this. The invention of the printing press also had a significant impact. Definitely, I mean I think it was in Germany where it was invented, wasn't it? I believe the printing press. Let me just see. The printing press invented. I mean, they started printing the Bible. Obviously, it caused the Reformation. People, yeah, it was the printing press was invented in Mainz, Germany by Gutenberg. Yeah, Johannes Gutenberg around 1440. Okay, so I remember reading about this. He was a blacksmith, and he had like the letters. He had this device for like with metal letters, and he'd move the letters around, and then he could just paint ink on it, and then push it onto a sheet, and then it would type for you, and it would have the print on the page. So that's how it started out, and obviously it led to the literacy of a lot of people in Europe who didn't have access to words before, and it led to greater thought about religion, and obviously later on it led to people, writing thoughts and ideas about government styles, philosophy, and they were more widely accessible as ideas to people. And I would say that's probably the most profound and highly impressionable thing that has happened in human society. Definitely the inventing of the printing press. I suppose the invention of writing in where was that? Sumeria or somewhere. However long ago that was, I don't know when they invented writing. It was a long time ago. Do you know when they invented writing? Okay, I've got it here. I looked it up. So it was 3,200 BC, before Christ, or before the present era. It was invented by the Sumerians. Okay, so that was the invention of writing, and then the actual printing press. So we could, I wouldn't say mass produce, but we could produce books a lot easier. We could produce lots of books a lot easier.
It depends what you mean by It depends what you mean by writing.
Depends what you mean by writing. So, I mean, are you talking about like the people who just like scrawled lines, 1 or 2 lines on a post or something, like what the Vikings used to do?
I mean, like there was like cave paintings that tell a story.
Yeah. I know what you mean.
I mean,
hunting
there's like,
and stuff. Yeah.
I'm sure if they were, and that was tens of thousands of years ago, so I'm sure if they were making cave paintings, they were smart enough to know that they could not just paint on the wall, they could also paint on like a leaf or a rock or whatever, like a piece of bark. I'm sure that they have,
I mean,
and the thing is they didn't have that. Those things would have deteriorated. Like they didn't necessarily have a means of encapsulating it or saving it. So that stuff would have broken down and deteriorated. So we don't have a record of that writing.
Right. I mean, I remember reading something about the Sumerians, and it was about their writing. And I believe some of the earliest evidence for writing was actually some kind of inventory for like a business of I don't know what it was. It could have been animals or flour or whatever, grain. And apparently it's one of the oldest forms of human script, and there's a mistake on it. There's a mistake on it.
It's accounting.
Oh yeah, it was accounting. Was that the earliest form of writing? Was it accounting?
Psych.
But it was I found it funny that it was actually a mistake. I found that quite funny that the earliest form of human writing was actually a mistake. It is kind of ironic.
What do you mean it was a mistake?
Well, they did the maths on it, and it was calculated wrong. They worked out afterwards that like they analysed what was on the page,
right?
And they worked out it was on a bit of stone, probably, wasn't it? They analysed it.
That's why
they analysed the data, and they said actually that whoever wrote this got the calculation wrong. So yeah,
Well, that's
quite
why
funny.
they ended up having to make, that's why they ended up making Jews do all the accounting, because the Jews wouldn't get it wrong.
Oh,
Yeah, they're
okay.
clever, aren't they?
That's a little bit of a spicy take there by you, Nicholas. Are you saying that everybody else has dyscalculia except for your people? Is that what you're saying?
But
Are you saying that we all have dyscalculia? Is that what you're saying? And only Jews can add 1 and 1? Is that right?
Jews are just better at it.
Yeah.
Are they better at
Generally
adding their own?
speaking.
Are they better at adding their own money or other people's money? That's the question.
Well, the reason that they, in truth, though, all jokes aside, one of the
By
reasons
the
they
way,
became
everybody,
good at it.
I'm not going to be accused of anti-Semitic, being anti-Semitic.
Yeah, too late. Too late. Too
Noodles
late.
is a Jew.
Too
Noodles is a Jew,
Too
and he
late.
comes on here. Noodles is a Jew, and he comes on here of his own Jewish free will. Okay, and he takes it all in good, standard. Thank you.
Yeah. I'm your Jewish buffer, right? I make whatever you say okay.
He comes on here, and he comes on here asking if I want to lend him money
I'm not
now and again.
anti-Semitic, folks. I have a Jewish friend. I'm not anti-Semitic. Anyway, no. In truth, though, all jokes aside, the reason that the Jews became really good at accounting is because I think it was like Christians weren't allowed to handle other people's money or something like that.
Really?
So they made the Jews do it.
Was that not like would they not have done this accounting though before Christianity? I mean, the Jews didn't
No,
appear.
I mean the whole thing was that it had something to do with the fact that they couldn't handle other people. The Christians couldn't handle other people's money. They basically weren't allowed to do banking or whatever, like stuff like that. So it was, they just they had the Jews do it, basically.
So basically, Christianity, which is some argue is a tool of Judaism to control other people, to control the Goyen. So they made a religion for everybody else where you can't handle the money, but only we can as Jews. Is that right?
I don't know, dude.
I'm only joking. Have you heard that theory before? I mean, have you heard that theory that the Christianity is actually an invention of the Gentiles to control the Goyen? Have you heard that?
What do you mean the Gentile?
Oh, what? Sorry, the I've got that wrong, haven't I? What do you call it? The kind of the elite Jews.
Gentile and Goyim are the same thing.
Oh, the same thing. Yeah. So yeah, I got that wrong. So Christianity is an invention of the Jews to control the Gentiles. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Well,
could be back in the day. I'm not saying now. I'm not just saying back in the day. It could be. It could be.
Yeah, it could be. Could be the Jews are just like a bunch of worms trying to eat the world, which is a giant apple, right?
It could be anything. I mean, you're right. Anything could be anything.
Yeah.
But I mean.
Anyway, you heard it here, folks. You heard it here. You heard it here. Anyway, happy Valentine's Day.
By the way, don't accuse me of anti-Semitism. I have a Jewish friend. Sorry about that. So yeah. Sorry, Noodles, I can't hear you.
I'm his token Jew.
Oh, I can't hear you, Noodles. I can't hear you. Oh, he's gone. He's gone. I'm joking. Sorry, you're back, Noodles. So, happy Valentine's Day to you too, Noodles. For what it's worth, are you celebrating Saint Valentine's Day, the good Christian day that it is?
Yeah, I'm loving myself.
Saint Valentine, what a man. Patron saint of romance. I'm going to look him up.
Patron saint of let's make a whole bunch of people feel really shitty about themselves.
Apparently his heart is buried in Dublin. I know that. So, let me just read a little bit about him. Saint Valentine is a widely recognized Christian saint associated with love, romance, and affection. Okay, but his exact identity and story are shrouded in mystery and legend. But it's interesting. We'll talk about history. I suppose you could say that he had a profound effect on the 14th of February and the selling of cards. from Hallmark. Anyway, multiple St. Valentines. There were actually several St. Valentines recognized by the Catholic Church, all of whom were martyrs. The most commonly associated is St. Valentine of Rome, who lived during the 3rd century AD. According to legend, Valentine was a priest or a bishop in Rome who defied the Emperor Claudius II by secretly performing marriages for Christian couples. So, yeah, I heard this before. Claudius had banned marriages for young men, believing that unmarried men made better soldiers. Martyrdom. Valentine was arrested and sentenced to death for his action. He was beheaded on the 14th of February 269 AD, which is why Valentine's Day is celebrated on that date. Okay, I'm not sure though. I think they only had 10 months in ancient Rome, so we're probably not exactly on the same date now, because we've got 12 months now, haven't we? Am I right? They used to have 10 months in the calendar back then. Someone tell me in the comments. I think December was the 10th month. That's why it's got DEC, like, you know. I
wouldn't mind longer, like a couple less months, and making the months a little longer, you know.
Why is that?
Well, you know, more time to pay your bills, right?
Oh, right, yeah. But they, you know what they do. They just correct it for the fucking calendar and they put them up, you know. So the exact burial place of Saint Valentine is a matter of historical debate. Some say the Basilica of Santa Maria in Rome, Italy. Others say he's in the Church of Saint Praxed in Rome, Italy. Some say he's in Whitefriars Street Church in Dublin. Other locations are Madrid in Spain, Terni in Italy, and Glasgow in Scotland. But then again, this would be his relics, because what they used to do in those days is they used to tear the corpse apart and carry little bits of it around Europe to perform miracles. That's nice, isn't it? Would you like us to do that with you one day, Noodles? Tear you apart and bring little bits of you around the world to perform vegan miracles? Are you there? Noodles, we lost you.
Yeah,
Noodles.
I think if you want to carry my loins around, they could perform some miracles for you.
I could carry your butthole around and make money, I suppose.
Yeah.
What was I going to say? The question is, what historical event do you think had the most significant impact on the world today?
The advent of existence.
Yeah, but that's kind of prehistory. That's not written down, is it? Well, when we say history, we're talking about what's written down, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong in the comments. But history, I believe, is where we have written accounts.
I've got one.
Go on. No. Chickpea, before you do that, let Noodles answer again. So what historical event do you think had the most significant impact on the world today, Noodles? And why?
I don't know. Maybe like
The crucifixion of Jesus Christ by the Jews, perhaps?
just move on to Chickpea. I don't got nothing.
Okay, brother. Go ahead, Chickpea.
Oh, legalized abortion and women's rights. Because if I had to live like women 100 years, well, yeah, if I had to live like women lived 100 years ago, with no abortions, no bank account, and not my own property, I would have been really unhappy. So I'd say it's legalized abortion.
Women's rights and abortion. Okay. Noodles, I said Enola Gay, this is my event, I said Enola Gay bombing Hiroshima, the nuclear bomb. I think that was one of the most significant impacts on the world today.
Yeah, I heard you were saying that's because it turned all of, instead of having major nation wars, now we have proxy wars.
Yeah, more or less, you know.
Right.
Although,
yeah, I mean, yeah, I guess so. It's either proxy wars or I can't believe that fucking Trump is capitulating to Russia right now. I mean, what a weak ass bitch, dude.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on there, bro. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on there, but it's actually, this is current affairs. It's not history, but we can talk about it briefly because it is actually terrifying.
It's part of history because the thing
yeah, right. It's caused by history. Yeah, everything is, but
it's just like all you got to do is like stand up to them and say like we're gonna fuck you up, and I don't know. I guess it's kind of playing like a game of vegan chicken. I don't know what the vegan version of that saying would be, but it's like you have to sort of call their bluff and know that they're not going to be willing to use nuclear force or whatever. So you have to be
that's like the guarantee of mutual destruction, isn't it? There's another word for it, but if a nuclear bomb is used in America, they will destroy. They will definitely react and destroy the other Russia. And no,
I mean, the thing is like that Trump literally said when they're like, should like Ukraine get their land back? Trump was just like, well, Russia fought hard for it and they died, and they lost a lot of people. So it's like might makes right now. Like what the
That's
fuck?
Kind of what he's about, though. That's kind of what he's about, might makes right. He is definitely off that ilk, and I mean, ultimately, that's what existence is, unfortunately. But you just hope that the person with the might is a good guy, and that's the worry because sometimes they're not, in fact, they're often not. So it is worrying times. It's worrying in Europe because he's kind of looking like he might perhaps even step back from NATO somewhat and not get involved if a European country is attacked by Russia, for example. That could be an outcome, and then what's to say what could happen next? Russia could start marching west. But let's just hope that doesn't happen. I mean, let's just hope there's a peace somehow or other for everyone all over this crazy world. Yeah, mutual assured destruction. That's the term. Is a doctrine of military strategy and national security policy which posits that a full-scale use of nuclear weapons by an attacker on a nuclear-armed defender with a second strike capabilities will result in the complete annihilation of both the attacker and the defender. Yeah, so that's kind of like that's where we're at in the world because both sides have nuclear bombs. Source Wikipedia. Yeah, good old Wikipedia. Bedtime reading.
Yeah, dude, it's just like there's. I mean, it's just insane. Yeah, I don't know.
So Noodles, what was the historical event then? Do you think what historical event do you think has had the most significant impact on the world today? Do you want to give one?
Maybe the whole like MAGA thing.
Yeah, again,
I don't know what happened.
You're a bit like Seb. You're a bit like Seb. He went for like really recent stuff. You're going for MAGA then in the current day. Yeah, that's all.
Well,
okay.
I mean, it's just like, okay, MAGA touts itself as being like, oh, we're not racist or we're not anti-Semitic or whatever, but it seems like the more that these conservative values are becoming like the mainstream in politics again, like there's this huge uptick in anti-Semitism, both from, well, actually it's funny because it comes from the left and the right now. Like I just feel like Jew hatred is like really making a hard comeback right now.
Right. Well, to be honest with you, Nick, if I may step in there and say something, I think you're right, but I think that there's hatred all over the world for people just hate others, no matter what they are. It's not just Jews that are getting it, And I think
but dude, like look at like these, like what Kanye just did with the fucking like swastika. Was it a swastika T-shirt he had on his website? Like, and he did the halftime.
I didn't hear about that. I didn't hear about that. I mean, I don't
like so basically what happened. So pretty much what happened, as far as I was able to tell, is he did it. He had an ad for a halftime ad for the Super Bowl, and so the ad was to send people to his fashion brand website, and he did a bait and switch where as soon as the ad aired, he took all the regular clothing down off the website, and it just had that one T-shirt with like the swastika on it.
Yeah, I mean, you do get a lot of people feeling. One of the things is, I'm just going to put this out there, is, and I'm not an advocate for this because I think everybody who has a right to be talk about what their people have been through. You do get some people saying that Jews get too much of the limelight because other people have been through shit as well. And I think that's kind of where Kanye was coming from. I'm not saying he's right, by the way.
Damn, dude, really?
I don't think you. I don't.
Really, you're defending that shit? I'm surprised
Can I just say? Can I just? I'm not defend. Can I just say something?
Very surprised. Very surprised.
I'm not defending that. I'm saying that's what they say. But I don't think you should compare. I don't think you should compare and contrast other people's shit with your own shit. You don't have. It's not a competition. I'm talking about Kanye West.
Yeah, but Kanye West is a Nazi, dude. Like he says he basically says he hates Jews, and he like all the Twitter posts he makes, and like
yeah, but he's come out with some black. What I'm saying is he's come out with some black supremacist shit before. Okay, and
he literally went on a whole tirade on X or Twitter saying that he hates Jews and he loves Hitler, and yeah, he did.
Why does he get away with it when say someone else wouldn't? Why is he getting away with it?
No, he didn't get away with it. He got lots of people like.
Well, no. He did get away with. So what happened was Elon Musk let him post all that stuff. But then he started posting pornography, and Elon Musk took his account down after that. But he didn't care. Elon Musk didn't care about the Jew hatred stuff. He cared about the pornography.
Okay.
It was legal. It was actually legal pornography.
Well, part of me thinks what Elon Musk does is he gives people rope to hang themselves. You know, he lets people, when they're going nuts online, he lets them do it if he's going to use it later to control them or shut them down. You know what I mean? Because that's kind of one of the benefits I suppose he sees of having a social media platform is that you get to control when to shut someone down or not. And if someone's doing something crazy and they're your enemy, I suppose you just let them have it, let them do it because it's in your favor. And I suppose given that
even you have said that he's a Nazi. You said that Elon Musk.
I think they're both
bigot. He's a bigot.
I just say I think they're both assholes. But I think Elon Musk is racist as well. And I think he would like to see, for example, a black person going crazy and doing crazy shit because that's in favor of his worldview, you know, and his agenda.
Yeah.
And by the way, I'm not condoning what fucking Kanye did. Kanye's a mad but I'm sorry, I know we had our mental health thing last week. You shouldn't speak badly about mentally ill people, but he is mentally ill. But it's not just that. He has a severe personality problem, and he's just a fucking twat, you know.
Dude, all Nazis have personality problems. It's kind of what being a Nazi entails, dude.
Yeah, and Elon Musk
Brother Marcus says he envies me not knowing about this. I mean, I'll be honest with you, Brother Marcus. I do remember hearing about Kanye West going crazy, but to be honest with you, he goes so crazy all the time. And I did hear about Adidas and all these people like throw him, like getting rid of him, wanting to get rid of him, because I knew he had been saying anti-Semitic things. I knew that, but I don't know the ins and outs of it like as much as everybody else did. Can we just so that's an interesting one that you just gave there. I want to say in recent history, I think the insurrection, okay, January the 6th insurrection in Capitol Hill, right, in America. When was it? 2021. I think that has had a huge impact on America and on the world because we've kind of around the world they've seen that. Hold on a second. Revolutions can still happen, but also not only that, if you do something like that, potentially there is a political force that will support you, and I think that scared a lot of the countries around the world because in Europe we like to think that we're civilized, okay, and that like extreme right would never get in, but they are getting in countries around Europe. In Holland they're in, I think I can't name the others. But I know in Austria they were in for a while. I'm not sure what's going on there now. But
I mean, I will say this:
would you agree that the
only
insurrection was pretty scary, and it has had a huge impact, especially now that we see Donald Trump has forgiven a lot of them? You know, he's let a lot of them out of jail, hasn't he?
Yeah. But go ahead.
The only thing I would say, the only positive thing that Republican conservatives bring to the table is that they're a lot less likely to allow like terrorists into the country, and they're harder on crime in general, and certain crimes it's good to be harder on, other crimes not so much. That's a mixed bag, but like that's all I would say. Like that would be the only benefit, but otherwise everything else I think they're just gonna fuck up.
Okay, thanks for that. We'll go to Jay. Jay, do you want to answer the question on screen there? What historical event do you think had the most significant impact on the world today, and why?
Well, I'd have to say the birth of David Benatar.
Wow.
Yeah,
That's
but
quite funny, isn't it? The birth of someone who argues that birth isn't a good thing, or it's better never to have been. Yeah. So
well, J.E., remember this isn't an anti-natalist channel anymore. All right. Remember that.
Yeah, I forgot. Sorry. But no, but seriously speaking, I would say no. I was just joking. But seriously though, I would say maybe I would say a historical event that had a big impact on the world today, I would say, is 9/11. You know, 9/11 changed so much about security and airports and how people viewed the Middle East and terrorism, and it made America like into this war, almost kind of like a world's police, where they would go to like the Middle East and other countries and try to police their state of affairs to try and like deal with terrorists, which we all know was just a made up story so that they can go to the Middle East and overthrow the governments and take their oil. Right. But it really changed not just America but like the world in a lot of different ways.
Right. I definitely have an agree. I agree with you, and I think it also kind of shook people up to the degree where, that was an attack on American soil, and basically, Americans, I think, felt safe, thinking that things weren't going to happen to them from outside forces because they were so powerful. And then you suddenly get these terrorists going over there doing this thing, and I think it just shocked a lot of Americans, and it kind of, in a weird kind of way, I think it was a crack in the American dream, in the kind of the view that America is this untouchable force, this shining emblem or example of modernity, where they're untouchable, and everything good is there. I mean, I think it really brought the crushing realities of the world home, and I think it was a huge shock to Americans and to everybody else, because we're like, how could this happen in America? It was a huge shock. Scary times. I remember it. You're very young, Jay. You don't remember it happening? Jay. Hello, Jay. Are you there? Oh, you're muted. You're muted, Jay. Oh, okay. Jay is muted. Savina, if you want to come back on here, please do. Savina was on here, but she disappeared. She says the Magna Carta, okay, 1215, is one of the leading, I suppose, examples of rule of law, democracy formation in the world, and that's what she believes is one of the most impactful things that occurred in history. Okay, King John of England. Okay, and if she wants to come on here and talk about why she said that, I would be grateful. So it was basically about. Am I right? It gave a list of protections, and also it created property rights. Yeah, okay, and taxation rules. So there was a lot involved. Talked about justice and fair trial. Okay, what was necessary for a fair trial. So yeah, it was a very important legal document. The predecessor to much of our jurisprudence and rules of law in the world. So Savino, if you'd like to come up here and talk about that, please do. But I think that is, yeah, definitely something that was beneficial to the world, impactful, and significant. So, guys, I suppose if anybody else wants to come on here, please do. The link is there. Otherwise, we'll just keep chatting until someone else comes on. Oh, here's an interesting one, guys. We'll go with Chickpea first. Chickpea, if you could witness any moment in history firsthand, which moment would it be?
Good Lord, I've never stopped to think about it. I don't have one. I know that sounds insane. I don't actually have one, I don't think.
Really?
Never thought about it. Never
I think I haven't thought about it either, but I think I'd like to witness the landing on the moon in 1969.
Do you believe that? I don't believe it.
Well, you don't believe we went to the moon?
No.
I'd like to witness it. I'd like to see it firsthand. I'd like to be on with Michael Collins in the shuttle going around.
Yeah, it'd be very nice. I don't think that we saw what we saw. That was a bit of Hollywood. God knows what really goes on, but I think that's what I think. But I'm a David Icke fan, so David disputes everything. Well, I used to be a David Icke fan.
What made you go off it?
The moon is not what you think it is.
The moon is made from cheese.
It's actually a giant. It's actually a giant base.
Yeah.
And it's been dragged here by the Archons. It's the.
Yeah.
It's the Saturn lunar. Saturn lunar cycle matrix beam.
There's something weird about the moon, I believe.
Is there something weird about the sun too?
Isn't it weird the way it's white nowadays?
Nowadays, huh?
The sun is white nowadays.
The sun is white nowadays. Do you stare straight at the sun?
No, when I was little, I can assure you, when I was young, little girl, the sun was bright yellow. Bright yellow.
I think it depends on what time of day, where on the horizon is. Sometimes the sun is bright orange at sunset, at sunrise.
Okay, JM is the Emancipation Proclamation, so declaring slaves free men in the rebel states in America. I don't know much about the Emancipation Proclamation, but I do know it involved ending slavery in America. So that's very important, very interesting, and very significant. Obviously, there was a lot of problems after it, and yeah, it's what I always find interesting about American politics is slavery was ended by the Republicans, and yet nowadays they're like the most racist side, apparently.
Well,
I just find that interesting.
That's
just
propaganda put out by the Archons.
It was okay. Well, I believe slavery wasn't particularly ended because they believed in the rights of black people. I think it was more kind of Machiavellian than that. Am I right? I don't know. I think there was reasons to do it to favor the northern states. But I'm willing to be taught a lesson in history. Do you know anything about that, guys? The Emancipation Proclamation and why it happened.
Okay,
Anybody
I'm back.
know about it? Sorry, go ahead, Jay.
No, sorry. What were you saying about 9/11? Sorry, I had to go through.
No, we were actually talking about JM came in and said the Emancipation Proclamation by Abraham Lincoln during the American Civil War was one of the most significant historical things to occur. Obviously, ending slavery in America and or starting the ball rolling
okay.
at least. So I'm just saying, if anybody knows a lot about that, it'd be cool for them to come on and tell us about it. But yeah, obviously very significant, but not the end of the problems. I mean, yeah, it's crazy what went on after that. And I believe that even when slavery ended in America, there were still slaves. Like there was a weird technicality that if you were still on the books as a slave, you kind of were still a slave. It's just like there weren't new slaves. I heard that before. I don't know whether that's true, but I heard that. I mean, that's really that would be really a sad state of affairs if you were one of those poor people.
We're all slaves.
Well, we've
Oh
all
my
been
God.
slaves. We've all been slaves. Yeah, but there's degrees of slavery, isn't there? There's degrees of slavery, and there's degrees of autonomy.
We're all
And
slaves.
obviously, you're free to walk around and do what you want
No,
to some degree.
What
some
the
degree.
powers that
No,
be are doing is called what I call the totalitarian tiptoe, and it
Yes.
requires that Hegelian dialectic.
So, Brother Marcus asked, does Chickpea
No.
believe the Earth is flat by any chance?
No, I no.
Are you sure?
Can I
Have you ever seen the curvature of the Earth from
Yes,
plane?
in
Are you sure?
Yes.
Okay. J.E., if you could witness any moment in history firsthand, what would it be?
Wow, that's a good question. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe when humans first discovered fire, I guess. I don't know. Or maybe
I'm not going to be too
the
much
day
that's prehistory, but we'll allow it. We'll allow it.
no, or I was thinking of maybe when the I guess.
Yes, it was.
Damn, I don't know. There's so many good options. I'll get back to you. Ask someone else.
There's only neither you or Chickpea has been able to answer that question, but there's only Noodles. Can Noodles save the day and actually give an answer?
What?
So the question on the screen: if you could witness any moment in history firsthand, what would it be?
I don't know if it's one particular moment, but I would love to have lived it through the '60s.
Yes, it was nice. Yeah.
I really would have wanted to be there.
Yes.
Can you and can you guys talk about the '60s whilst I put you on the room? I'm listening, and you can say why that is.
Either as a teenager or in my 20s,
Yes,
I would have wanted to see the '60s.
Yes.
Because
Noodles.
it's just the best.
Noodles.
Yeah.
I was there in the 60s. I was a little
I know.
girl. I was a teenager, and I had all the mini skirts and my little flowers in my hair and everything else, my little psychedelic dresses, and I rocked to all the music, and I was still being cared for, so I didn't have to work. I had a ball in the 60s and the 70s. The 60s.
Wow.
Yeah, the beautiful music, the Beatles, and it was so full of hope, and the world was so bright and sunny. It was.
Yeah, I mean they had but I mean my interest in it, yeah, it would have been the clothing, the music, the aesthetic of everything, like all everything was just better. It was cooler. It looked cool.
Yes, it was very
nice. It was, and the quality of everything was better.
Yes.
So it's just like.
Lovely.
There's certain obviously there's a lot of like technology that we have now, but there was integrity.
Yes.
In a lot of the things that were being produced, and I just would have loved to have witnessed that and been a part of that.
Yeah, the 60s were lovely. So were the 70s, and so were the 80s. Then it started gradually going downhill. I think the world peaked in the 80s.
I mean, the 70s maybe, but it got bad. It did get bad. Like I would have had a little interest. I might have wanted to see up until about 72 or 73, but past that, I don't know that I would have really had any interest in
Oh, it's still
anything.
nice. It was late 70s, early 80s were lovely. The early 80s.
Yeah, maybe like the late the 70s punk scene, but
Yeah.
but even still, I just the 60s for me. That would have been it. That would
It
have
was a
been it.
lovely time. It wasn't. I was there right in it. Little 14-year-old girl. It was lovely. It was nice.
Okay, we've got Seb here. Seb, what moment in the history would you like to be a witness of?
I mean, none. Why would I? I mean, that's just another experience, right? Why have another one?
Okay. I think I have an answer. I would say that I would have loved to have been there when um sorry, excuse me. Whoa, excuse me. Whoa. I would have loved to have been there when the piano was made because I think the piano is a great instrument. I like it a lot. So yeah, when the piano was first invented, I would have loved to have been there.
That's quite an amazing one there, Jay. Are you a pianist yourself?
No, but I'm getting into learning to play it.
Cool. Good luck to you,
Nice.
man. Nice. JM
I
says
think I would.
one second.
Like to,
JM says they think it would be really neat to witness the last younger impact event 10,800 years ago to see if there really were ancient advanced civilizations or non-hunter gatherers. Okay, so
Wait,
there
so
you go.
what's a younger dryer
It's some
impact
kind of
event?
asteroid impact, isn't it? Some kind of. Tell us a bit more about
Ah,
that.
okay.
What JM was it? An asteroid or something? So go
I think
ahead,
I would.
Noodles. I think you.
I think I would have liked to have witnessed Chickpea when she was about 21 years old. That would have been. That would have been a
Wow.
nice.
I think
I
she's
was
probably
having a
lucky that you
playtime.
weren't around then. To be honest with you, who knows what could have happened? They could have been antinatalist babies. Yeah.
I was having a lovely
Antinatalist
time.
Oh,
babies.
so, no, I
What a
shouldn't
male.
say that because I don't know. I don't know. I hate being presumptive. She might have turned you down, actually. So there you go.
Damn.
I should
Possible.
never. I should. No, I'm saying I should never presume a woman's, mindset. Should never do that.
I was having a
I mean,
ball when I was 20.
yeah, I mean, she probably had a lot of options. Oh,
Well,
she's
Probably,
still
yeah.
Yes, but Noodles, it's never too late.
That's true. I've been telling her to email me, but I have yet to see anything in my inbox. So I don't think it's going to happen for me.
I don't. Yeah. But there's lots of
okay,
boring
guys, we
women.
will move on to the next question. What is a lesser known historical story that more people should know about? Now, this is an interesting one. Go ahead. I mean, if you want to answer this question, please let us know because this is one of those questions that people might not have an answer to, I'd say. But yeah, Chickpea, does anybody have an answer to this question? What is a lesser known historical story that more people should know about? I'm going to be controversial here. I'm sorry to say this. I'd like to know the ins and outs of slavery in the world from both perspectives. And I'm anti-slavery. I'm anti-racism. But I want to know what was going on in Africa when they were like when certain chiefs were selling people into slavery. I'd like to know more
Hmm.
about that. Was that forced on them? Was that something that was a cultural norm? Were they being manipulated by Europeans? I'd like to, and I'm sorry if that really perturbs anybody, but I think it's important for humans to analyze things from all perspectives, you know. And I know that
Yeah.
every country in the world has been guilty of slavery, and white people, and I am a white person, all right, are often tarnished as the most evil race in the world. And by the way, I'm not proud of being white. I'm not proud of being anything because I didn't choose to be anything. Okay, but what I will
Hmm.
say is, I don't think any ethnic background comes to this modern age with clean hands. Okay, I think we've all been through
Yeah.
terrible shit, and I think all of our people have done terrible shit. And I'm sorry to say, I hope this doesn't upset you, but I would like to know more about why black chiefs sold black people into slavery.
Well, it's
Or
the
were they,
same
or
reason.
were they,
Wait, what? I
were
mean,
they,
Money.
were they
Oh,
forced to do it?
money.
any chief. It's the same reason any chief anywhere of any race of any tribe, because it existed on every continent and among every race. There was slavery. There was tribes
Mm.
enslaving other tribes. It happened in America with the indigenous people here. It happened, I'm sure, in Asia, all over the world. It was
Of course, of
happening.
course, of course. I know that, and but I
So
just
it's
like,
not
I'd
like,
like it
so
to be.
why does it matter? What is it? Why
Well, no,
particularly?
because I don't know how quite to say this, but sometimes I'm fed up of being on the receiving end of saying
Yeah.
that everything is my fault, even though I wasn't around then, and but just
Well,
Mhm.
because I'm
it's because that was like
like,
that was such a recent. It's because it was such a recent thing.
yeah, and
Wasn't it like?
I'm only saying this because I got accused recently of talking to black people in public. They said I know this is crazy, but I was in a situation where there's some black people talking, and they were strangers to each other, right? By the way, yeah. And I just happened to join in the conversation, and then one of them says I was like an entitled white person who had
Yeah.
like the privilege of feeling entitled that I could talk in any situation. And I just found
Well,
it so rude and depressing because I was just treating everybody like another human being. Like I didn't see the race side to it. And the conversation
wait a
wasn't
minute.
like,
But those
yeah,
then that person was just a racist.
yeah, they were really, I was,
Yeah.
to be honest with you, that happened last week. And I was really upset by that because
But
I honestly hate racism, and
England is
they made me feel like like they just were really fucking horrible to me, and it was like
England. Okay, England
Was it
is
actually my
fostering.
story? Actually
Wait a
my
minute.
story?
England is fostering this attitude among minorities right now. England is
I mean,
basically trying to not necessarily like deliberately. It's not like something that's that overt. Like it seems like they really cuck to this whole like if you're white, then you're bad kind of mentality, and that's why, like for
well, the
example,
thing
like
is,
one of the reasons
it
they're
was
so
very.
loose on letting in like so many fucking terrorists.
I'm just fed up of this bullshit, and I'm being honest, guys, and I'm fed up of being like treated as a bad person just because I'm white, and I hate it.
Mhm.
I really hate it because it's another type of prejudice, and I've done a lot in my life, and I still do try to do a lot to try and uh, involve everybody from no matter what their background, and also to try and change perspectives. And I just wish that and this is no matter what background people are, white, black, Indian, Muslim, whatever the fuck they are. I don't give a fuck. If you're an arsehole, you're an arsehole, right?
I
And if
agree.
you're
Yeah.
Jew, if you're Mexican, I don't give a fuck what you are. Please don't give a fuck what I am either, because I'm coming to the conversation to looking at you as an equal, as a peer, not as someone beneath or above me. Okay, I don't look at any cunt as above. All right, I don't look at anybody as below me. You're just another human being in this fucking universe, and you didn't choose who you are. You didn't choose what you have about you, what you've been through, and I accept that. So just stop being a cunt. Because listen, let's all stop being hypocrites, all right? If we've been on the brunt
Yeah.
end of something in our own life, I'm not just talking about our people or our fucking
But
background or
wait,
ancestry. I'm talking about in your own
you're
life.
acting
If
as
you've
if
been,
you're acting as
hold
if
on,
they
Noodles.
have.
If you've been on the brunt end of something in your life, don't fucking be a hypocrite and do it to someone else. I mean, there's some amazing people who in history who supposedly took that view, right? I mean, but then there are like Gandhi is said to have been like that, but Mandela. But then people say there was bad sides, and there's bad sides to everybody. But if we can take that perspective of don't act like the evil you're criticizing, yeah. Sorry, am I going on too much?
Well,
No,
you're
no, no,
acting
no.
like
I
they have a
understand.
choice.
Oh yeah.
All right,
You're
one at a
Because of the
time,
whole
one
because
at
of
a
the whole
time, one at a time.
determinism thing.
One at a time. Sorry, Jay. Sorry, brother. Noodles was trying to talk when I talked, so I let him talk, and then Noodles, when you're finished, just let say finished and let Jay talk.
What
I'm
about
just
me?
saying, you're acting like they have a choice. You're like, none of us choose this, but they didn't.
I know.
They also,
Listen, I
they
know
also
they
don't
don't have a
choose.
choice, but
They also don't
that
choose
doesn't
to
mean
be
I can't.
assholes, right?
It doesn't mean I can't vent my frustration at it, you know. And I didn't say. I said I wish they would change. I didn't say like I didn't like really. I just said I wish they would change. I wish they'd see it a different way.
Don't be
Okay.
like this. Don't be like that. I agree. You shouldn't be, but it's like a catch-22, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Jay, would you like to say something, brother?
No, no, I was just saying that I understand because I do agree that nowadays people are very quick to label any and everything or any and every one, especially any and every white person. I literally just about anything they do as racist or having some sort of racist undertone to it, and it really does dilute the meaning of the word, racist or racism, So I completely sympathize with your point of view because there are assholes in every way. Because I as a black person myself, I've experienced like black people who are assholes to me too. So I
Yeah.
totally get that.
Jay, brother, look, thank you for you've come on. You said you're from the Caribbean, right? Be honest, brother. What do
Yeah.
you? Cause I really like Caribbean people, right? And to me, the Caribbean people are like the future of humanity because it's been like this melting pot of people, yeah. And it's like
Mm-hmm.
everyone there is mixed. They all come from everyone. Everyone has something from everywhere in them. And yeah, some of their ancestors were cunts, you know, like all of ours, you know. Every one
Yeah.
of all my ancestors were cunts. There's no doubt about it, you know. But the thing is, people don't admit that. You know what I mean? But I admit that I don't
Mm-hmm.
know who my ancestors were that were overt cunts. But you know, we're all descended from some fucking rapists long ago. You know,
Yeah.
somewhere along the line there was some fucking arsehole there. But you know, Caribbean people, I think, are like a kind of glance into what humanity should be, a mixed people who kind of have get along with each other. But having up, brother J.E. What do you think of what I'm talking about, like from the historical perspective? I think it's not as simple as to blame white people. Like there are other things involved. By the way, I do know this is a contentious issue, and there's lots of problems with it. But I'd like to get your perspective if you want to give it. As I say, I know it's something that's contentious and probably saddening. But if you want to give your perspective on anything I've said about slavery.
Yeah. I mean, just like I said before, I think that the the black people who sold other black people into slavery, it was probably down to money. We see it all throughout history. People sell out those who are closest to them. All the time, whether it's race or family or nationality or anything. Like as long as money is involved, or like a chance to you know uh you know upgrade themselves in society or in the world somehow, they'll do it. So yeah, I think it probably was most likely money. They just didn't care about um what their fellow black people were gonna go through. They just wanted
Hmm.
some money.
What I find interesting is this. I think there's also this weird thing where people see in black and white, and I'm sorry to use that, but that's the language here. So you get these like people think it's white against black, but if you look at the white people, for example, they fight amongst themselves as well. So there's going to be some, element of whites against whites in white history, and they hate each other. They fight each
Hmm.
other, and it's the same with black people. People think, oh, all black people get along. They don't. If you went to Africa, you'd see they
No.
don't all get along. So it's funny when as humans we get when we meet another like background, we become unified, even though we kind of hate each other a lot of the time when we stand back from that situation. Do you know what I mean? That
Yeah.
like the Russians and the Ukrainians, the fucking English and the fucking Irish, the English and the fucking Russians, the Americans and the Russians, the fucking Albanians and the fucking I don't know the fucking Romanians, the Kosovans, whatever the fuck. I mean, Rwandans, the fucking Hutus and the Tutsis. I mean, listen. It's not. Why can't people step out of their race and see actually, it's about being human here. No one is
Yeah.
better than the other, and I can take this black person or this white person as a fellow human being, and me being so superficial about it is ridiculous because if I dislike them for being black, and I'm a white person, for example, and I'm kind of saying white people are better than black people. By the way, I don't even think it is about that. I think racism comes from inferiority complex, right? I really do. I think anybody who gets angry with another race is, as in like dehumanizes them, right? I think it comes from insecurity, man.
No, that's why.
Yeah.
That's why if you
Not
look
necessarily.
at,
Can I
if you
just?
look at any of the,
Noodles, have it. It's not necessarily insecurity in your race or inferiority complex about your race. It's about yourself as an individual. And what you're doing is when you meet someone, yeah, you feel some kind of anxiety about them in some way or other, yeah. Whatever it could be, anything. It could be they're more intellectually endowed than you, they're more physically endowed than you, whatever it is. And you're attaching something overtly obvious to use as a ammunition against them. And it's as humans are so ridiculous. We just look for the most obvious thing about a person and attack them. It could be anything. So if it's a race, if you meet someone and they're a different race to you, you'll look at the race. If you meet someone and they're a different religion than you, you'll pick their religion. If you're the same race and religion as the person, you'll think that you'll pick their fucking eye color or their fucking eyes or their fucking ears or their nose. Whatever
or
it
who
is.
their parents were, or what,
Yeah,
how they were brought up.
Yeah.
or if they look the same as you more or less, you'll pick their clothes. It's just so fucking stupid, man. And it's all
It
about
is. Yeah.
how that person makes you feel. And I do think it's like this animosity, this kind of disdain we have for others is often, mostly, a sign of when it's uncalled for. Obviously, I'm not talking. If someone does something bad and I call them out, that's different. I'm talking about if you meet someone on the street and you attack their personhood. I think that's about insecurity, inferiority.
Yeah, well, that's why if
Yeah,
you look at any
wait.
of the neo Nazis or whatever that we see today, and they're all fucking like ugly and fat and just shitty all around, and like not they have a lot that you could tell they're probably insecure about, and it's just funny because they'll consider themselves to be part of the master race, but they're so like not, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, guys, I'll step down from my soapbox. Does anybody else want to say? Oh, have we
You
got
never
someone else?
asked
Tanel,
me.
Tanel is here. Tanel, how you doing?
Oi,
Sorry,
oi,
Chickpea,
you never.
darling, I'm really sorry.
You
I know I'm a
did.
chauvinist sometimes, and I'm sorry about that. I don't mean it. I'm not
You don't
picking on
do
you.
He's a
Just because you're a
misogynist.
woman. That would be a superficial reason to pick on you. And I'm not picking on you. I'm only joking. I tell you
never
what,
asked
guys,
me.
I'm going to have to let Chickpea go after all that. Go ahead, talk, Chickpea. Go ahead.
You know what gets me in this country, in the UK? Now, it was the Nigerians and the Benins that went into Africa and kidnapped all the people from all over Africa and sold them to the whites. That never gets mentioned. And that's what bugs me on this whole issue.
Well, I don't know enough about that. That's why I'd like to know more about it.
Yeah, well,
Again, it wasn't Nigeria. I don't even know if Nigeria existed back then. It was probably just some tribal chief.
Well, it doesn't matter. It was a Nigeria.
And the thing about Nigeria is it's made up of many kingdoms and many tribes. So it's unfair to It was, and it wasn't even. By the way, it wasn't even the tribe's fault. It wasn't even the tribe's fault. It was just the person that was running the tribe or whoever was in charge of this part of it.
There was at the end of the day, all came via Nigeria. That was the port where they sold them from. And it was people.
Apparently, the Muslim world got a lot of slaves, but they from Africa. But what they did was they what do you call it, castrated them so they couldn't breed. So that's why you don't have a biological legacy from the slaves from Africa that were sent to the Muslim world, because they didn't bear children because they were forcefully castrated. So that's apparently more slaves. I've heard before. I don't know whether it's true, but more slaves went to the Arab world. I don't know if that's true.
But you know what bugs me is it never gets talked about in the UK, and they keep sitting there on the TV talking, anti, all this, we're all slave masters and slave owners as whites. But it was the blacks that sold their own people to us whites as slaves. And it was.
Well, I'm not sure if I'm not sure if that's been very well said, because I think the thing is who presented the opportunity for evil. That is, sometimes you have to think about that as well. Just because someone does something for you, if you offer an evil opportunity, we live in a world where there's evil people. So if you, as the overarching power, offer an opportunity for evil, and you are in the position of power, and you offer that opportunity for evil, and someone of lesser power does something for you in return for that, I mean, it could be argued that the person who offered the opportunity, as in the Europeans, are to blame for it. I mean, it's not clear cut, though. I will say that. But and by the way, it's terrible. It's brutal, and I wish it never happened. But it is what it is. It did happen, and it has happened all over the world.
Yes.
Unfortunately. Can we go on though, guys? I want to talk to Tanal because he's just arrived. Tanal, what's a lesser known historical story that more people should know about in your view?
Hi, everybody.
Hi.
Hi.
I haven't thought about it. I should think about it. I don't know from the back of my head. I don't know.
Any stories from Estonia or anything that you think could be globally significant, or at least maybe they're like a cautionary tale, or there's some moral that we could learn from them?
In 2007, we had some kind of riot by Russian people. It was related to a monument that was displaced, and they got angry, and the streets were rioted very aggressively. But I don't know. Should everybody know about this? I don't know.
Why did it happen? You had the people who were kind of like unionists, like they wanted to be part of Russia, right?
I don't remember. It was so long ago. It's like,
what's the sentiment like in Estonia? What's the sentiment in Russia like in general? Sorry, in Estonia like in general towards Russia?
Well, we have a lot of Russians. We have almost half of the people are Russians, I guess. A little less than half. But yeah, there can be conflicts sometimes.
Yeah. Okay. Guys, there's more seats here if you want to come on. And hello to sorry, go ahead, Jay.
No, sorry, you go.
I was just saying there's more seats available for anybody that is wanting to pop on here. There's about 26 people watching on Twitter. Hello to all of you. You can click on the link in the live chat there to come on and talk as well.
I just want to say quickly that one answer that I have to the question is the fact that Gandhi, for example, a lot of the people who we look up to as saints in history, like Gandhi, for example, he was also a very, very wicked man. Like apparently he cheated on his wife a lot, and he was very very selfish and didn't take care of his kids well and stuff. So I think that's something that people should know more about. Like they shouldn't put all these people that history adore on a pedestal because they have their issues, like Gandhi, and we all know about Mother Teresa and all her issues. Right. With how she let people suffer and die and whatnot. So yeah.
This is the duality of human nature, and it's a very strange situation where humans are such complex beings. We have good and evil in us, and sometimes it's the evil, like it's our ego, it's our narcissism driving us in a weird way, sometimes for power, but sometimes with that power we do good, which is interesting, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, it's very interesting. I'll move on to another question, guys. This is how can we use lessons from history to navigate modern challenges? I mean, Chickpea, have you got any thoughts on this?
No, I don't think I have no hope for the future at all. No.
Okay, Jay, any thoughts on this question?
I would say that maybe, like for example, with respect to well, since humans do love to repeat history, right? I think one thing we can learn and that we should have learned is that you know with for example the fascism that we're seeing
Right.
on the rise around the world and even in the US now with Trump as president and what he's doing. I feel like people should have learned to spot the signs of totalitarianism and fascism, and we should
Mm-hmm.
have learned to fight against it. So like when Trump and he did this like from the beginning of his presidency run back in 2015, right? He was inciting fascism and using very fascistic language.
Yeah.
I feel like instead of like saying taking it for granted that we've learned and that we wouldn't let those things happen again. People should have taken him more seriously and should have taken a hardline stance against him and shut him down. But instead, we just like in the past, right? People took for granted that like we that we like that most people would have been against it and would have fought against it, and because of that, it came to prominence in the past, and we're seeing it happen again in the present. So I guess the lesson should be that we, at the first sign of any form of fascism, we should look to take it seriously and look to weed it out as soon as possible.
Okay, wonderful, wonderful answer there, Jay. And Tanel, have you got any answer to that question yourself?
I think I'll side with chickpea or chickpeas.
Oh,
how
thank
it is
you.
called. Shit's going down. There's no hope.
Yes.
Wow. Wow. Okay.
No, we're
Here's an
screwed.
interesting question, guys. Sorry, Chickpea, did you want to say something?
No, I just said we're
Wait,
screwed.
DNW, did you have an answer?
We're screwed.
Question was, how can we use lessons from history to navigate modern challenges? Now, let me have a little contemplation on this question. I think one of the things I from history that has always surprised me is I think we should learn to be careful how we treat other people. Okay, because I find that humans have this need for vengeance, um, for if they've been mistreated, they want revenge. Yeah, and I think that for me is the biggest lesson from history. Yeah, history does seem to be cyclical, does seem to repeat itself, as in like empires rise and fall. But in terms of the micro everyday lessons from history, I would say be very careful how you treat others. Okay, because it has a
Mm-hmm.
profound effect on them, and it might come back to bite you on the ass later. They may want to come back. They may make it their goal to fuck you up in the future. Okay, and if there's anything I've seen in history, it's that societies, groups of people, individuals who have been on the front end of oppression, unfairness, or even sometimes fairness. Okay, it doesn't matter. If someone who's been on the brunt end of and has become a loser in a situation, uh, more often than not, they want to get revenge on those that they perceive as having mistreated. So I would say the biggest lesson, in my view, from history is to be very, very careful how you treat others, and to try and ensure as much as possible that you're making win-win situations for others. to make sure that when you're doing something that has an effect on others, that you're negotiating with them, that you're taking on board their considerations, and that you're communicating to them at all times what is happening to get people involved in a shared future. That's sorry if that made that. What do you think of that?
Oh yeah. I get that. It sounds kind of similar to the whole notion of karma.
Right. Yeah, it does. Okay. So yeah, here's an interesting question, guys. Which historical figure do you find most inspiring, and what can we learn from them? I suppose we'll go to Chickpea for this one.
I don't have one. Seriously, I don't even have one. I know that sounds terrible.
Wow.
What about Florence Nightingale?
Well, I suppose if you want. Yeah, I don't. Yeah.
Marie Curie, perhaps. I'm giving you females.
Okay, it would have to be what's his name? God, I forgot his name.
Oh, a he. Okay.
Yeah, you. You. Actually, you do inspire me. That's why I come and listen to you.
Oh,
I don't know whether that's a good thing.
Can I tell you something? Everybody I know in this world talks the biggest load of rubbish in life. I mean, they talk utter drivel day after day after day. It's awful. I think my favourite man's David Benatar.
Right, yeah. You've said that before.
Yeah,
okay.
When I read his books.
Did you listen to his debate with Jordan B. Peterson?
Yes, I listened to all his stuff.
Yeah, well, he really trounced Jordan Peterson, didn't he?
Yes, I know. When I read David Benatar's books, it's like a mirror reflects back.
Did you read The Second Sexism? You know, when he talks about the sexism now towards boys.
No, I haven't read that yet. I haven't read that one yet.
I haven't read it either, but apparently it's a good.
But I think he's I think he's a lovely man, and I did ask him to want to meet me one day at the airport. I buy him a coffee, but he declined.
You emailed him, did you?
Yes. I spoke to him online. I really admire him. I love what he says, and
okay.
Yeah, I love what he has to say. I find him very thought-provoking. I used to like David Icke as well until he had said to the world, "Grass feels pain." That did that.
Wait, who?
What?
Wait, who was the second person?
David Icke.
David Icke. Oh, okay.
Yeah. Why did you fall out of love with David Icke?
So I used to.
Why did you fall out of love with him?
Because he used to be a vegetarian, and then I used to have all his books, and then one day I read in one of his books, about the 15th book I read, he'd stopped being a vegetarian, and that grass feels pain, and I went right off him, just like that.
Okay.
Well, you really like the Davids, huh?
Sorry? I
said you really like the Davids.
Yes.
Brother Marcus says, what books did you read from Benatar?
Nearly all of David. I've got The Human Condition, and It Doesn't Have to Be Like This. I've got two of his books. Of course, I've got hundreds of books. I read a lot.
Right. Okay.
Hundreds of books.
Tanel says Benatar has the most logical arguments, but if even he can't convince most people, we and others are completely hopeless on trying. Yeah. So we have Noodles back. Welcome back. So, J.E., which historical figure do you find most inspiring, and what can we learn from them?
Well, of course, it's got to be, Arthur Schopenhauer.
Oh yes.
But no, I'm joking. I would say. Wait, how many of his books have you read?
Oh, Schopenhauer's. Quite a few. I've got hundreds of books, and I read bits from this, bits from that. Then I go back to it again. But yeah, and I've got Emile Corion or somebody. What's his name?
Emile Cioran. Yeah, Emile Cioran.
Yeah, I've got. Oh, you know all those.
Yeah. I love the pessimistic philosophers.
Sorry?
Yeah.
Oh wow! Because they're quite heavy duty, aren't they? And have you got the
Yeah, they are very, very heavy reading. Yeah.
Have you got Thomas Ligotti? Thomas Ligotti?
Oh yeah, the conspiracy against the human race. Yeah.
Yeah, you've got more than I have. I've got loads of them though, but yeah, you've probably got more than I have. Yeah.
So, sorry,
No, you
Jay,
probably have more than I do.
Jay, who was the historical figure? You said Arthur Schopenhauer. Did you say anybody else?
No, I was joking about Schopenhauer.
Oh yeah,
So
but I
I
like
would say, I would say maybe I would say maybe Michael Jackson. You know, I think Michael Jackson. He went through a lot in his life. You know, he from a very young age he was abused by his dad. He grew up in a fairly abusive household because his dad was basically trying to like force him and his siblings to get into music and become great musicians. And I feel like if that probably caused him a lot of issues later on in life. But he really is one of the best musicians like ever, like top three of all time, I would say. And he's been through a lot of struggles in his life, and especially coming down towards the end of his life, he was wrongfully accused of doing nasty things with kids, which wasn't true whatsoever because people were trying to smear his reputation to get money from him. And he still remained a nice, cheerful, giving person,
Well, he
and
was still mentally ill.
yes, I know, but he still. What I'm saying is that even with all his struggles, he still persevered and still made wonderful music and was very
So
inspiring. So
Jay, Jay,
that's why
Jay,
I like him a
Jay,
lot.
Jay, with respect, brother, you're one of the bros here. But do you not think that it was a bit weird how he slept in bed with a kid? I'm not saying anything. That is weird.
Yeah,
I
I mean, yeah, it is, but I feel like he was doing it in a sort of a big brotherly sort of way. But I can see
Yeah, but
why it's weird. Yeah.
you wouldn't condone it. You wouldn't say anyone could.
No, I wouldn't do anything like that myself.
Well,
No, I wouldn't.
you can't do that. But like, it's funny. It's like if you look, I remember I was watching that movie Uncle Buck not long ago. Have you seen that? Have anybody here seen that movie? Has
No,
anybody
but
here
it sounds
seen?
kind of it sounds familiar, but no, I haven't seen it.
It's a 1980s John Candy film, and he's an uncle. And he has to watch the kids, and there's this scene where they can't sleep, and they want to sleep in the bed with him, and I think at that time it was considered like, oh, like he's their uncle. That's not weird or whatever. It's like the
Mm-hmm.
way they made the scene, it was like a wholesome kind of thing. Nowadays, like you can't even make a scene like that in a movie without people like raising their eyebrows and being like, oh, that like, so there is like this whole sort of, so actually, yeah, there's probably some historical moment at some point where it's like all that stuff became way more like alerting to the public. And I'm sure the Michael Jackson thing was part of that. I also agree. I feel like he probably did not touch those kids. Uh,
Yeah.
whatever situation, them sleeping in the bed was sort of more innocent, although not a wise thing to do. Like for especially a person in his position with his anyway. So, but yeah, but he did make stupid decisions like hanging the baby over the balcony. That was fucking ridiculous. Like, dude's crazy.
Okay,
Didn't
so
get-
we'll go on to now then. So now, which historical figure do you find most inspiring, and what can we learn from them?
I have absolutely no idea.
Wow. So not even the first like prime minister of Estonia or something.
Excuse me? What?
I said not even like the first prime minister of Estonia, because isn't that where you're from?
Yeah, I'm from Estonia.
Yeah.
Fair enough. We'll go on to Noodles. And Noodles, who's your what historical figure do you find most inspiring? And what can we learn from them?
I can always think of these things later when I'm not put on the spot.
I mean, me personally, I like
He's
people
gonna
like
say Gary Russell.
Galileo, Copernicus, people who challenged mainstream thought and did their own like research and came up with new ways of looking at reality that were more realistic and truthful. And so they would be yet and face really harsh criticism and I would say oppression and dark forces from the status quo. Yeah, just people like that. Like I kind of like even Isaac Newton, people who kind of went into their own world and thought about reality and did their own kind of experiments and thoughts on it.
Well, I guess
What was told them.
Someone kind of modern, I think, would be Wang Chung, because he's like helped he's helped create case law for animal rescue, because he was like super, like he was brave enough to like put himself on the line and face serious prison time to for the cause he believes in. But
Yes.
again, Jesus and his brother James were also animal liberators, and that's kind of why they were killed.
Really? Or is that in a Gnostic gospel?
I'll be right back, guys. Please continue the conversation. Historical figures.
That's actually not even. It's not even a part. It's part of the regular Christian text. If you translate it correctly from the Greek and Hebrew. I mean, just watch the movie Christ. Watch the movie Christspiracy.
Oh yeah, there's this vegan guy, this YouTuber. I think his name is David Rams or something. Did it?
Yeah.
No, Cam. No, the David Rams interviewed him, but his name is Cam, and he did it with Kip Anderson.
Oh, okay, right. Oh, so was it like a documentary to like kind of inspire Christians to become vegan?
Well, no, it was. I mean, partially, but it was also mainly to show that the Bible actually is
supportive of veganism.
Yeah, it's supportive of vegan. It's basically saying that Jesus and his brother were vegan animal rights activists.
Interesting. Yeah, because well, that's good because a lot of Christians, they love to eat meat and they always use the scriptures to defend it. So it's good that they're being challenged on that.
Yeah, Conspiracy. Should watch that.
Yeah, well, DNW should put it up sometime and we should all watch it together.
Yeah, maybe I'll do that on my channel. What?
What did you say, Chickpea?
Have you watched Seaspiracy? About what?
Yeah, that's also
Yeah, Seaspiracy, Cowspiracy, all of the spiracies.
Dreadful. What we do to fish, and absolutely horrific. I don't know. There's something wrong with us as a species, I think.
There is, yeah.
Yeah.
Like for example, right? If you look at the dairy industry, like we don't need to be, exporting cows for milk so we can make ice cream and pizza. Like that's completely unnecessary.
Chickpea, unless it's for our cats, right? Then it's okay.
Well, that is a terrible dilemma. I admit it.
It's not a dilemma.
It is a terrible problem.
I
don't wear leather. I don't wear wool. I don't do anything. But yeah, yes, I am. I've got tons of cat food stacked away because
No, I know you said. I know you already said you got it stored, but I know that you're gonna change and you're gonna start buying the vegan cat food. I just was trying to give you a hard time.
Dilemma. Yes, I admit it. I find this whole life is one big dilemma, and it breaks my heart.
Yeah,
Every day.
it is. Yeah.
The wild fish is gonna die horribly either way. Either way.
What our species? Yes, we deserve to die. I think we should go extinct.
I mean, the wild fish. Either you're gonna feed it to the cat or not.
No,
they're gonna die horribly either way.
Yes, I know. Oh Lord, yes, I know. I do know.
Right, that's why she said it's a dilemma. That's why she said it's a dilemma.
It's a terrible dilemma. It's a dreadful, dreadful dilemma. Like I feed sparrows suet balls.
I know you told us that. You can stop doing that now.
It's a terrible dilemma.
It's not a dilemma. You don't have to feed sparrows suet balls. That is not a dilemma at all.
Well, I'm going to stop it, but yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm a vegan, but animals.
I'll admit something though. So I have a coat. It's a military coat from the year 1950.
Yeah.
And it has alpaca wool lined pockets. The pockets have alpaca in them.
Yeah.
And I don't know, I make a rationalization or make a justification because that it's old and that it's it's secondhand. They're not making new ones. It's already happened. There's nothing. I don't know, but I am thinking that I need to get the pockets replaced. But although it would cost a lot of money to do that.
Yeah, see, I don't wear anything from animals. Haven't done for years. But yes, I think.
Well, I mean, generally, I don't. It's the only thing that I own that has that. So.
It's a terrible, terrible dilemma because at the end of the day, God, I didn't create this godforsaken planet. I didn't create anything. Now, God created. You never guess what I got for the present today for one of my cats. I got a great big mouse. A cat I killed. Brought to me for my.
Why do you let your cats outside?
What? Why?
Yeah.
Because they're cats. He wants to go out, so I let him out.
Yeah, but you're letting them kill animals. That's irresponsible and cruel.
No.
That gasp is for you, by the way, Noodles.
What?
Can you hear it? I don't know. I just messing around here.
Because of what I said about my coat.
Yeah.
Of course, I let my cats out. No.
I mean, I already told you I had a leather chair, but the thing is, I didn't buy it, and the thing is, it was. I mean, I don't buy it, and what are you going to do?
I mean, honestly, I don't even care if you did buy it secondhand. I'm not against secondhand shit. I just don't think I'm against people making new stuff.
Sorry, when I say I didn't buy it, I mean I didn't buy it new. That's what I meant. It was secondhand, but I bought it years ago, and it's like a massive one.
I mean, I don't even care if someone says they're vegan and they want to wear I think it doesn't look good. It muddies the waters if you say you're an activist and you go to an event wearing leather shoes.
This is what I said to you about faux leather shoes. Remember what I said to you? So sometimes people.
It's a completely different thing. It's not.
What's wrong with faux leather shoes?
It's stupid. It's stupid for the people to assume that we're wearing leather, but if we really are wearing leather, then it doesn't look as good. Even though it's still isn't, they're still not making a logical argument against what we're doing there. It's just it's one of these things where you go, and then run away and feel like they won or something. It's stupid. So. The thing about the coat that I wear is the pocket lining is concealed. No one can see it, so no one really knows it's there. Whereas I'm never gonna wear real fur. Like that'll never happen. I'm never gonna wear, any leather goods at
Do
all.
you wear wool?
What?
Do you wear wool?
No, like I said, I don't buy wool. I don't wear wool sweaters. This one jacket I have
All right, guys,
has
we have
wool
to stay
on
on.
pockets.
We have to try and go back to topic.
Wait. I just want to find out. So, why is faux leather bad?
Wait. No, something has to be said about Chickpea letting her cats outdoors. Like Chickpea, you can't. That's not vegan. You can't be like letting your cats
No,
out.
that's not.
That's completely negligible, and it's reckless and negligible.
No, it is
You're
not.
you're letting animals be harmed. You are.
I'm
You're letting
sorry.
animals.
No. A cat has a right to go outside.
No, they don't.
Cat
They
is
do
a
not have a right to go. No, they don't have a right to go kill other animals. It's your job to make sure that they're enriched and that they live a good life inside. That's your
No, I
job.
disagree with
All
that.
right, guys,
No.
we'll have that debate another day. But I would say it's nicer to have a house cat, and it is a problem where they do maim and injure wildlife. Chickpea.
Yeah.
I don't
Yes, I
know
know
what.
it is. What about all the wildlife humans maim?
That's true. It's true.
Do you know
Animals
what?
be animals.
I tell you something. Here in the UK, I know the birds are dying off. That's all to do with the shit everybody sprays everywhere.
And people letting their cats out. And
All right,
people letting their
guys,
cats out.
sorry, guys. We have to keep going with the show because we have to keep going with the show, children.
No. To say a cat can't go outside is cruel.
Needles, don't reply, mate.
It's all right for a human being to go outside.
Absolutely not. It's way more cruel. It's way more cruel to let a bunch of animals be maimed and killed. Actually, way more cruel.
All right, guys, calm down. Go on to the next question. Do you think history tends to repeat itself? I mean, we've already said it's cyclical, so yeah. I mean,
Yes, 100%. Yeah.
Are we all in agreement? I mean, has anybody got anything they'd like to add to that to kind of provide a bit more depth?
Yeah, well, just look at the fact that like we keep on going to war with each other. Countries keep on going to war over things like land and resources and stuff. Or look at the fact that racism continues to persist over and over again throughout the world. Or look at the fact that we as humans still enslave each other. In different parts of the world still, or the fact that all throughout history, there's always been like elites who exist at the top of society and control everything about society, and most other people are just peasants who don't have any social mobility and have to struggle to survive while the elites just put their foot up on a chair and just relax for their whole life. So yeah, history definitely repeats itself over and over and over again.
Can I just say something?
Only if it's about this, Chickpea.
Just want to talk about are you suggesting that we lock lions up and tigers up?
Oh no! Listen. Talk about that another day, please. Come on.
Yeah, well, this is my life subject.
I tell you what. Talk about it at the end. At the end.
I'm ready.
Talk about it at the end.
Ready.
Talk about that at the end. Yeah. So yeah, history does repeat itself. Unfortunately, there's only so many ways a human can react, I suppose, emotionally, and the emotions lead to actions. And generally, when you're angry, you'll either hold it in or you'll do something, and that thing that you do might be destructive or constructive. And it seems that it just seems like it does repeat. It's just down to the luck, how bad it gets, how bad it gets.
So do you think that there's anything about the current cycle of history that repeats anything from prior cycles of history that we're seeing?
People say that America is collapsing and it's like the fall of the Roman Empire. Now I'm not sure if it's collapsing at the moment or whether it's on the up again.
Yeah,
every
that's a good
empire
one.
does have its day, whether it's by other empires or by... Yeah. And the other thing is we do there's no good economic system, and that none of them work. No political system works, no economic system works. Mm-hmm. And what happens is it ends up being replaced by something that was before or some new form of what was before. And I mean, the way we're going at the moment with all these techno bros taking over everything, like Elon Musk, Sam Altman, all these people. I mean, we're getting into feudalism again. I mean, they're going to end up owning everything. They are, and you know, the peasants are going to be dependent on, you know, the kings, the techno kings, giving out like a little pittance, you know, some alms for the poor to survive, you know, and it's getting scary in that regard. We fought for egalitarianism, and we seem to be moving more and more back to feudalistic times, where there was a great and terrible disparity between the rich and the poor. But we definitely seem to be getting more and more into that.
So as people like us, we should think of ourselves as pretty fortunate that we've kind of got to live between revolutions, because there's probably another bloody revolution coming.
Yeah. I would agree with that. Yeah.
Brother Marcus says my microphone is sounding poorly. Is it sounding rubbish, guys?
No.
Oh.
No, I wouldn't say it sounds rubbish, but it does sound a little clicky sometimes.
He says the year before it sounded fine. I'm gonna have to get a new one. I'll get a new one, guys. Yeah, sorry.
No, that's what I'm saying. It sounds fine to me, so I don't know.
Yeah, so definitely clicking, guys. I don't know what you mean by clicking. Sorry, is it like a click every so often, like a kind of in the background or something? Is it?
You should listen to your own streams. You should listen to your own streams, and you know how you sound.
I hate my voice, but yeah, I should. But last time I didn't really hear anything when I did listen to the little segment I did. But yeah, okay. Noted. I should do more preparation, more kind of critical analysis afterwards. Yeah, I should do that. Okay, thank you, Brother Marcus, for pointing that out. So yeah, I do think history tends to repeat itself. It's just human nature ultimately playing out, being projected onto the masses, and there's only so many ways a human can act and behave, and it's just what tools they have at their disposal. So the problem is nowadays, it's the same human nature, but the tools at the disposal of the human are more endangering, more potentially oppressive, you know, more all these bad things. Obviously there's good as well, but the power in the hands of the powers that be is greater than ever, and with that comes potentially more destruction, more unfairness, and definitely more worrying times. Yeah. Okay. So, how do we differentiate between historical facts and biased narratives? I mean, this is one because you can't really be sure, because in this world, our history is written by, they say history is written by the victors. And sometimes what you hear from the losing side, like every country who's oppressed has their own kind of historical narrative that they're pumping out there. And often it's very hate-filled against the people they perceive to wrong them. But what is the truth? And it's like the truth isn't written down. Maybe the truth is from some neutral observer that wrote down what's happening, but it seems to be everybody has their biases. So I don't know what the good answer is, but I would say you have to kind of look at all sources, as many sources as possible to an event, and try to deduce a balanced approach to kind of taking into consideration what happened, you know, because remember that those who win ultimately like to glaze over their sins and make themselves look better than they were, and because they have the power to do so, because it is a PR exercise after all, they're right, something that's been written down about them, and they're going to utilize that in their power brokerage later on. They're going to say, yeah, we were the moral victors, we're the good people, you should trust us. And the people who lose are going to say, we were the good people, but we lost, and we lost because of the bad people. So you have to they're the baddies, not us. So it's not an easy thing to deduce. It's very problematic. But I would say do your own research and question everybody, and just question. But it's very difficult because sometimes people are very emotionally charged. Okay, so they will come out with very strong rhetoric, and as I say, it will be very emotional. And you've got to be very careful of those people. Clearly, they seem to have a psychological bias because they're getting so emotional, right? Secondly, some people are very calm in how they project or present the news or history, and you've got to be careful as well, because if they're that calm, they're either doing it because they're desensitized to it, and they're not perhaps good vessels for something because they're so desensitized as to what's important emotionally or from the perspective of being a human. Or they may be psychopathic, so they don't have emotions. So can you rely on someone who's too calm? Or maybe it's a ploy. Maybe they're acting. Maybe they're acting like calm and dignified because they're trying to present a falsity for somebody or somehow or other. Anyway, anybody else want to say something there?
Yeah.
By the winners. History's written by the winners. History's written by the winners.
Yes, darling.
It is. Yeah.
History's written by the winners. It is.
It is. Yeah.
Every country also has their own kind of history. Like, they'll be writing their own version if they feel aggrieved, for having lost, and that's why you get rebellions and stuff. There's always other sides to history, but the main history is written by the victors. Yeah, the mainstream history. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's his story. His story.
Yeah, and that's what makes it so.
It's even worse. It's his Tory. It's a bloody conservative.
Yeah. What do you do then? What are you?
I'm apolitical. I'm a kind of like a Sigma when it comes to politics. I stay outside of it and watch what's happening, and I try to deduce what the best strategy is in the moment. But I'm definitely not hard right or hard left. I'm a centrist for the most part, but I veer right or left on different matters. But the problem is, I don't think you should be all right or all left all the time. You know what I mean? I think a happy medium of both, like a free market, but also for the most part. But you do need controls. Like I'm against monopolies or oligopolies. Where one or a few companies have all the power, or people have all the power. So I like to have some regulations, but not too many. I also like to have welfare nets, socialist ideals, free health, free education, etc., etc. So I like a happy medium.
Yeah. Right. Oh, you like me then? Yeah. I just like David Steele.
Yeah.
David Steele.
His story
What about Boris
sounds
Johnson?
like the Michael Jackson album or compilation. His story.
Okay, guys. Nothing else to be said.
No, wait. With respect to the question, I would say that it's difficult to tell because, as you said, both sides write very convincing stories about history, so it's very difficult to distinguish between bias and fact, So it's tough. We don't know. A lot of it really is just guesswork,
I have an idea.
Go on.
Why don't we stream Vegan Gains live stream on here right now, and then we can react to it?
Can I just say something on the vegan
It's
subject?
because that would be you derailing the show when we already had a topic chosen.
Can I just say one?
Go ahead, Chippy, go on.
Thank you. On the subject of David catching a mouse,
here we go.
Oh boy, no.
Finish. Cats can only catch animals that are on a downer. They cannot catch a healthy sparrow or
that's not necessarily true, but either way,
guys,
do you think
later, later.
I have to mute you both. Sorry. I'm sorry. I don't like doing that. But we did say at the end of the stream, and I know Noodles has a right to reply. He definitely has all the time in the world after the stream is over, or towards the end of the stream. We'll have a little bit of, backwards and forwards on matters that have cropped up outside of the questions on screen. So, did anybody else want to say something related to what is on screen? The question? No. Okay, we'll go to the next one.
But then that makes me wonder, like, how can we ever tell like what is true and what's not in history? You know?
Yeah, I mean, it goes to like storytelling. Like, how does storytelling play a role in how history is remembered? And it's interesting because stories generally, the structure of a story, beginning, middle, and end, the cautionary tale, the morals of the story, the fact that there's some definitive result in the story usually. I mean, the problem is reality isn't definitive. It's always like we're left in a grey area, but people like to think that the end of World War II, for example, resulted in an Allied victory. But it's not as clear cut as that, is it? It resulted in a Cold War. It resulted in a lot of problems afterwards, and it resulted in the building up and the rapid development of technology and surveillance. It resulted in economic problems in the former Soviet Union, the collapse of the Soviet Union. It resulted in grappling for puppet states, the US and Russia trying to control the governments of other countries. It resulted in proxy wars. So the problem is stories are often not adequate ways to describe what's happened in history, because there isn't a clear-cut beginning, a middle, and an end. It's just the superficial appearance of a story-like structure, but there's a hell of a lot going on. And as you say, you can tell a story about Winston Churchill being a great wartime leader, but he was also an abysmal character in some other areas of life. He had some huge problems. He was a racist, a eugenicist. He wasn't very nice about, I believe, about black people, Irish people, for example, Indian people. So yeah, there were problems, but what we see and hear in history isn't the full answer. And this is a huge problem for humanity, because humanity isn't a linear thing. It's like a huge blanket. It's like one of those quilts, patterned quilts with like little things all over it, causing the whole ensemble together. But what we do is we hyper focus on some little linear bit of time and space. But the truth is, it's more complicated than that, and that's why we kind of lull ourselves into a false sense of security on what has happened. When the truth is, it's a lot more complicated than we like to think.
Forgive me if I missed this, but how did you get the questions? Like, are those your questions?
Oh no, these questions came from AI. I just go on there and I just asked it to give some questions. So there you go.
AI questions.
Are they good questions?
Yeah, good questions. Yeah.
Okay.
I agree. And I agree with your analogy about human history being like a quilt. Like we do tend to think that it's this linear thing that's going towards some specific like ending, like a beginning, middle, end, like in a story or like a play or something. But you're right; it's a lot more complicated than that, and it's more like a bunch of different threads intersecting into one giant ensemble, and I was actually thinking about this earlier, that it really is just it isn't quite as clear cut and as definable as we like to make it out to be. There really is a very complex sort of gray area thing, and we're all just guessing as to like how it's gonna end, or like what really is good or bad historically and whatnot. It really is just a matter of our tiny little perspective, instead of like really being able to see the thing as a whole and all the different repercussions of the various historical events.
I'm going to say something just popped into my head, and I find it very interesting how we can have a hatred for others, right? and then a few generations down the road, we're mixed. You know, we've got that.
Yeah.
Those people are in our families, and it just goes to show that we are all people. You know, and what we're hating sometimes isn't the people; it's the kind of representation of of a culture, the oppressive elements of their culture. So not all of a culture is bad, but elements of every culture can be bad. You know. So, for example,
Yeah.
when people cry about Islam, they're not crying about every component of Islam, but they're crying about they don't like the idea that women have to wear burqas, or I don't know. Tell me some other things you think about Islam. There's lots
About
of
Muhammad being a pedophile and
right. Well, and
kill
it's the
all
same. It's the
infidels.
same for it's the same for Jewish theology, isn't it? People say, "Oh, I don't like the fact that the Talmud says things about the Gentiles and dehumanizes them," or "I don't like the fact that there's a
Hmm.
chosen people at all." It sounds quite right wing to say that there's a chosen people. I mean, all religions are
Yeah.
guilty of that, by the way. I mean, to say that we're the chosen people, it sounds like the most
No,
Nazi thing you can say.
yeah, it sucks, but
Hmm.
the Christianity and Judaism have had a lot longer to reform than Islam has. So Islam is a lot
Yeah,
younger.
you said that before. You said that before, and that is a good point. But the problem is, it might be a life. You're right. Do you think it is that? Do you think it's a life cycle thing? So do you think every religion breaks away and becomes a
Yeah,
problem,
because
and then
look,
eventually
like, dude,
neutralizes?
look at the Old Testament would tell people to stone women and children to death for being disobedient. It would tell them. It would say a rapist gets to marry
So
their victim if the victim is a
I
virgin.
hear
You
what
know,
I
like,
hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying. Do you think every religion starts off as like possibly a problematic cult, like a sex cult or a fucking violent cult, and then suddenly becomes and gets more kind of neutralized as with time?
yeah. Well, look at what happened. I think how long it must have been, what, 1,000 or so years ago or more. I don't know. I mean, I don't know the exact timeline, but there was the Buddhist uh, in Japan. The Buddhist like warriors that were like slaughtering each other. You know, like they were like, it was a bloody fucking battle of Buddhist people. You know what I mean? Like, now that shit wouldn't happen. You'd never see that shit in Buddhism now, but
Right. Guys, I just want to say there's about
it's
26 people watching on X.com, and not one of the fuckers are subscribing. I don't know why that is. I mean, that's quite a lot of people watching on Twitter, but they just seem to just watch and not say anything. I'm a bit freaked out. Like, are we being watched by AI robots or something? What the fuck? I don't know. It's the same for some of the, like, you get like 20 people watching on Twitter, 26 at the moment, but none of them are like following. It's really weird. I don't understand it. But if you are
they
on
don't.
Twitter, guys, thanks to brother Marcus. He retweeted it. But yeah, if you're on Twitter, just give it a follow. Finding Gnosis, you'll find it. So go ahead there, guys.
Yeah. Noodles was saying something.
I was.
Yeah, you were about to say something, weren't you?
I don't know. We should do an episode about materialism.
Yeah, we
Yes.
definitely, that is something I want to talk
Yes.
about. Consumerism, materialism, definitely. All right, guys, we'll move on to the next question. Can learning from past mistakes truly prevent future ones? Really, guys, have we truly ever learned from past mistakes and utilized our learning to prevent future ones? I would say, being a European, I would say the creation of the EU, or its predecessing or predecessor state of the European community, the European coal and steel community. Um, I would say that we did try to foster peace and prosperity in Europe because of what we learned from World War II. I would say that we do learn from past mistakes and we do try to prevent future ones. I mean, that's kind of what peace treaties are about, the Northern Ireland peace agreement. That was something like that. I mean, I mean, it's fragile. Peace is always fragile, but I mean, I think we do learn from past mistakes, and we do try to make things better in the future from our learning. Whether we achieve it is another thing. But I think we do learn, and we do try to prevent, right? But this is saying, do we truly prevent future mistakes? Do you believe we truly prevent future mistakes, guys? I think we do for a time, but not forever. Because human nature is such that corrupt, ruthless people who are vying for power will be deceptive. They will try to do anything within the ambit of possibilities to pull wool over people's eyes, to hoodwink people into a false sense of security, and then they will reveal their true character. I mean, look at the way Trump and Musk are acting now in power. I mean, lots of people saw that coming, but lots of people said that would never happen, you know. But the way he's walking around the place, shutting down all the different governmental departments, letting people go as if livelihoods don't matter, you know, and just, you know, ending streams of funding for universities and projects in America and around the world as if it's, you know, just nothing of no consequence. It is pretty scary. But guys, the question is, can learning from past mistakes truly ever prevent future ones? Any examples?
If the learning experience is painful enough, I guess. And sometimes people can learn a lesson for a while and then they need to relearn it.
You need a little refresher course, yeah, sometimes to show how bad it was.
Right.
And how, yeah. I mean, that's the importance of history, though, isn't it? To never, they say never forget. I mean, isn't that what they say about World War II and what happened? You know, we should never forget how bad it was, what happened in World War II to Nazis, the people around the world.
Wait, how bad it was that happened to the Nazis? Like, so wait, you're like sympathizing with the Nazis?
Sorry, that was a slip of the tongue.
That kind of makes sense considering some of the stuff you said earlier.
Oh no! Mein Führer, I'm sorry. My Führer, my mask has slipped. I'm sorry. Please don't shoot me. No. I obviously that was a fucking mistake. I was reading Twitter because someone just subscribed to my Twitter.
Yeah. We all know who DW cared about.
Sorry, what did you say?
We all know who DNW cared about in that war. Those poor Nazis. It was terrible what happened to them.
DNW stands for Deutschland Now World, if you didn't know. No, Deutschland Nazi World. Sorry. No, it doesn't really mean that, guys. It means do not watch. It was an alien for my last. It means do not watch. And the reason, for those of you who don't know, I called myself do not watch because I didn't really want people to watch my channel, even though it's kind of I was in a rock and a hard place because we like to confront the grim truths of reality, or at least we like to think we're doing.
Yeah, like how bad the Nazis had it.
Well, funny you should say. Well, it's not as simple to say. It's not as simple to say the Nazis didn't have it difficult because you know, in a deterministic universe they couldn't be anything other than Nazis. No, in all seriousness though, I called it do not watch because I didn't want people to get upset by some of the content on this channel because we do talk about grim things here, and sometimes I was very morally upset, like, because it felt like we needed to say something about how bad this reality is, because if you don't say it, it can't be fixed or people won't come up with a solution. But at the same time, talking about it can be upsetting. And that was the kind of moral conundrum I've always wrestled with. And that's why I kind of changed. Sorry?
So who was your favorite Nazi, DNW?
Who was my favorite Nazi? Oh, good question. I mean, Lord Haha was kind of funny. He was no, he wasn't really. Do you know who Lord Haha was?
No.
He was this guy who was he was an Irish guy who joined the Nazis and basically started doing radio shows from Berlin during World War II, and he'd go, Germany calling, and he'd give Nazi propaganda on the radio waves to Britain and say how good life was in Germany. But then he got caught I think he was one of the last people to get caught in World War II, and he was sentenced to death. He was hung, I think, in Wandsworth Prison, if I'm right. But he was, when I say favorite, I don't have a favorite. I mean, he was like this weird comedic character, but like dark. You know, look, obviously, I don't like the person, but just interesting.
What was the worst thing that happened to the Nazis, DNW?
What was the worst thing that happened to the Nazis? I'd say the worst thing that happened to the Nazis was that they got into power. You know, it was very bad for them. It would have been better for the Nazis if they hadn't got into power, because you know they wouldn't have caused so much destruction. They wouldn't have died. So if they had just been a bunch of madmen ranting and raving in the beer halls of Munich, then everything would have been just fine. They would have just been a bunch of drunk degenerates, you know, talking shit in the beer halls, and that would have been fine. They would have had their fun in the beer halls, getting drunk, and you know, it wouldn't have got outside the beer halls. You know, but the problem is, it got outside the beer halls. That's where it went wrong for the Nazis. You know, because as soon as it got outside the beer halls, it all went to shit, and
So
they all got
it's fine to be Nazi in the beer hall.
They all got fucked over. No, I was talking about it from the Nazi perspective. It would have been better for the Nazis. It would have been better for the Nazis.
A bit of Nazi talk at the pub.
You're putting words into my mouth there, Noodles. You asked me to play devil's advocate. I didn't say I agreed with the Nazis. I said it would have been better for the Nazis if they never got into power. So I think the mistake.
I'm trying to get another.
The worst thing that ever happened to the Nazis, from their perspective, is that they got into power, because then they all got annihilated. It would have been better if they'd remained a drunken force.
Nazis. So you would rather the Nazis have not been annihilated, is what you're saying?
Well, they wouldn't have got into power, would they? They would have been this outside force, like of no consequence, you know, if they just remained.
Hold
on a second, Noodles.
You're saying you want a Nazi shadow government?
They're not. No, you fucking. Oh my god! Oh my god! The Semites are out in force today on the stream, aren't they? Trying to fucking with their fucking what was it? Well, I was gonna say something there. Mischief making, trying to make me look bad. I'm joking. But
wow, now he's talking shit about the Semites. Like, damn, you're full of sound bites today, DNW.
Oh mate, I'll be clipped and strung up. So I just want to say at this juncture, I'm against all races, all religions equally. I'm egalitarian in my racism and xenophobic attitude. I think all humans are pretty shit, to be honest with you. But I also see goodness in them as well, so I feel sorry. Sorry?
Even Jews?
All humans. It would be racist for me not to include everybody in that.
Even Jews?
Oh, Jews! Are you trying to dehumanize Jews by saying they're not human? Are you dehumanizing Jews by saying they're not human? How dare you? How dare you say Jews are not humans? How dare you say Jews are not humans? How dare you, anti-Semitic bastard! Now let's move on. The question is, we've done that question. Let's move on. Which historical lesson do you believe is most relevant today, as in right now? Right now. Annie?
Trump presidency, maybe?
No. Which historical lesson from the past is most relevant to right now?
I don't know. Jesus on the cross.
I mean, Donald Trump is kind of like a King Henry VIII character, isn't he? In a weird kind of way, he's going around wrecking the established ways. Like King Henry VIII went around burning all the monasteries and stealing all their gold. In a weird kind of way, Donald Trump with Musk is going around, ripping up all the government departments and plundering them, basically, by it seems, for his own ends, I would say. Where's that money going to go to that he's saving? I don't think it's going to go to the American people. Obviously, they're going to say it's going to go to clearing the national debt, but that's just fucking monopoly money, man. That's just a load of bollocks, isn't it? It's going to go to... it's not about the money, is it?
It's about taking power away from the people. That's what this is all about at the moment in America. It's not about saving money. It's about stripping power from the people. And yeah. So, what historical lesson do I believe is the most relevant today? Yeah. I would say be careful. Reformation isn't always going to provide the best and most peaceful solution. Okay. Now, we had the Reformation of Christianity in Europe. Some people say it was very good to create other versions of Christianity, but it caused a lot of problems, didn't it? It caused fights between all the different types of Christianity, and it probably wasn't the best thing to happen in terms of having a universal approach to the world. We had all the Catholic and Protestant wars. We had Protestants fighting against other Protestants, all vying for supremacy of their views, and also vying for power in various governments around Europe, and even monarchies. So I would say be careful. Reformation doesn't always lead to better, and extreme reformation sometimes leads to a lot worse. I would say be careful how much you reform. Don't reform too quickly. That's what my view is. What do you think, guys? We'll go with Jay there. Can anybody hear me? Because I can't hear anybody else.
Wait. What was the thing you said?
What historical lesson do you believe is most relevant today? And I think everybody else has fallen asleep. What the fuck?
Yeah, dude, this show is a lot more entertaining when you let people argue with each other.
Yeah. Well, we can. By the way, I think this is probably the last question, so feel free to start World War III. But after this, any historical lesson you believe is most relevant to today, guys? If you're still with us, if you're still alive, please answer the question.
Oh man.
We're not going to learn anything. I reckon World War III's on the way. That's what I think. Couple of months' time, couple of years. Hello.
Do you think we're going to see World War
At least
III?
make it quick and painless.
What?
Can we at least make it quick and painless?
Yes. You know what? Putin keeps saying he wants to bomb London because it's not a bad way to go. I would quite like it to just have a bomb drop on my head. Poof, finished. Over. For eternity, hopefully. I'm in a very bad mood.
Except for the possibility of eternal return, Chickpea.
Yes, I know.
Time is a circle.
Yes, I know it's terrifying, isn't it? I do know. I'm going to go and see someone in spring to find out more.
Will you live stream it on this show?
Well, I don't know how to live stream. I'll tell you all about it.
Yeah, please do. Okay, guys. If anybody wants to come on here to chitter chatter in the VIP lounge after the show, you can come on here now. You don't have to talk on the show if you don't want to, but we will be ending the stream soon. So if you do want to come on and chat backstage with the contributors tonight, then now is your time to come on, and the opportunity is there.
Oh, goodness sake. What are your thoughts on World War III? Do you think there'd be a war soon? It's in the Bible, you know.
Yeah, I know. Well, it's not exactly it doesn't use the phrase World War III.
No, and it says when the Euphrates dries up, 200,000 are going to come over, 200 million. Well, the Euphrates is drying up now. So, and they're on their way.
The Bible is a made-up bunch of make-believe.
Well,
bullshit.
the Revelation, I'm afraid there have been things in modern times that the Revelation is tying
That's called a coincidence. There's always going to be something that overlaps with reality. And you can say, oh, look, see, it said it in the Bible and it came true, therefore it's real.
You can feel it in the air. You can feel it in the air. If you can't feel it, that there's something fundamentally
That's called
wrong.
schizophrenia, chickpea.
I'm
All
not
right.
no. Now
That's
there is
called-
nothing. No. I see a doctor in my mental health every year, and I have been told I may be depressed, but I'm not mentally ill. I'm not schizophrenic, not remotely.
I know. I was making a joke about you feeling it in the air. It's just
No, it's not.
it's just a silly thing to say. It's not
Don't you
like
feel
what's your epistemic standard for evidence, you know?
I can just feel it. You can feel it.
All right,
And
well that's called that's completely subjective.
Well, you're an American, I'm a Brit. Us Brits are a miserable lot anyway. So we tend to look on the negative side of life, unlike Americans who are happy clappy. Because you are a happy clappy lot, Americans. Why is everything gone across the side? Hello?
Sorry about that. I don't know why it's not playing the sound. I don't know why.
What is
I was
this?
trying to play "In the Air Tonight" by Phil Collins. It's a good old tune, that.
Oh yeah, I love him.
Yeah. Well, can you present it then? It's not working for me. But she said there's something in the air, so I wanted to play that song. She just reminded me.
Don't you feel it? Don't you feel it? There's a strange the vibe that we have in the air these days is nothing like the vibe that was in the air 50 years ago. Let me say. Maybe I feel it more.
Okay.
World War III's coming. Okay, I must say. Going to be a mass kill-off. But then I am a little pessimist.
I can feel it Collins in the air tonight.
What?
I can feel it Collins in the air tonight.
Do you want to play the tune?
I can feel it calling in the air tonight.
Yeah, I can feel it Collins in the air.
So
You could hear it. Alistair could hear it. I don't know. No one else could. Okay. All right. Well, guys, nobody else wants to come on here. I don't blame you.
I bet you I'm right, though. I bet you I'm right.
Who's right?
Me. I
About
reckon
World War III.
World War III, give it 10 years. Wow.
I'll tell you what. If World War III does happen, I'll give you £1,000 a year after it starts.
I won't be alive by that time.
If you want to give me £500 now, I'll keep it safe and I'll give it back to you.
Do you really
I'll
think
double the amount I give back to you after it started. If you believe it's going to happen.
Do you really think that there's peace coming? That it's going to be a global peace? Do you really believe that?
I am a Jehovah's Witness.
Sorry?
I am a Jehovah's Witness after all. I do believe that peace is going to happen. No, I'm not. I'm joking.
No,
I'm joking.
No, throughout history, humans have known each other's throats. It's just a matter of time before it starts again. It's just a matter of time.
It's just a matter of time.
I believe the revelation. It says it.
Well, what the world needs now is love, sweet love, and all of that. So I do wish you all well this weekend. I hope that peace comes upon you in all its good forms, and that you bring merriness to others, you bring love and joy to those around you, you help others, and most importantly, you're not an arsehole, and you're not affected by the arseholery of others. Thank you so much for joining us through this conversation as we crusaded through our often ineptitude at understanding, deciphering what was before, but nothing surprising as we don't even know what's occurring now. So thank you so much for helping us try to get to Gnosis. We didn't achieve it, but we will try again next time. Thank you, everybody. Would you like to give some closing remarks, guys, and then I'll shut this down, but you can stay here and chat if you want to. Okay,
Yeah, I'd like to ask whether we should call you DNW or FN from now on. Or FG, like finding Gnosis.
Puppy.
Everybody's calling you DNW, but maybe you should be called FG.
Everybody gone?
Jay, you're muted. Jay's asleep, I think, or he's gone. He's gone to the toilet or something. Well, we'll go to you, Tanel. Tanel, your last remarks tonight, please. Tanel.
That was my last.
I didn't
That was
hear
my
you.
last remarks.
Nothing. You're saying nothing, Tanel. Okay. Noodles, your last remarks on the show tonight. Noodles, you're muted as well. Wow, this is so fucking successful. Chickpea, fucking hell. What the actual fuck?
What are you doing tomorrow in this green and pleasant land?
Chickpea, your last remarks on the show tonight. I'll tell you about that in the lounge afterwards when we're kicking back with our slippers on.
What are you doing tomorrow in this green and pleasant land?
Tomorrow, tomorrow's Saturday. I need to go do something, as in like kind of like outing date to keep someone happy. You know what I mean? Establish exactly what it is to do. Find something fun, entertaining, de-stressing. Any advice would be much. I'd be grateful for its reception here. And also, I will have to look after my dog as usual.
Yes,
Some grocery shopping. Sorry?
What have you got? What sort of dog have you got?
It's a collie, like a border collie.
Oh, wow. Oh, lovely. I love dogs. I'd love to have a dog, but the cats won't let me.
Yeah, unfortunately, I can't have a cat with this guy because he does chase things. And they say that there really are chasers. They will kill the cat if you have one. So I can't have one, unfortunately.
Yeah, I can't have a dog. That's none of that.
No.
In this flat. None of that. Anyway.
So, Chippy, last words for tonight. And obviously, we'll have you on the show again next time. But last words on this show tonight, please.
Thank you for being here. I enjoy listening to you.
You're welcome, Chickpea. Divine, hold on a second, guys. Something amazing has happened. Divine is here, but Divine, your device is not connected. So please disconnect and come back. Divine Hazel is trying to get on here. Wow, that would be a remarkable occurrence. So we'll just wait patiently for Divine to try and disconnect and come back. But that would be really nice if she was able to. Divine, I'm going to give you a couple of more minutes to try and figure out how to get on here. Guys, if Noodles is here, go ahead and talk to Chickpea about whatever it is you were talking about earlier. I think it was cats fighting birds, but I don't know if Noodles is still here. He's probably
he's off sulking.
He's probably fiddling with himself whilst watching Vegan Games. Yeah, anybody else there? Tanel, are you here still? Would you like to?
Yeah. I'm here. I'm just laughing at your last remark.
Oh, okay. Guys.
Yes.
Divine Hazel, if you're there, disconnect and come back, darling. I'm going to have to kick her out. Kick from studio. There you go. Kick her. Divine Hazel, you're going to have to try and get back in, love.
Let's stir up some controversy after the show.
No, we love peace. We want peace. Have you not learned anything from history? From crying out loud.
Seb
is back. Seb, have you got any closing remarks for the show tonight, Seb?
No, I don't know. I don't know what happened earlier. Like I got hung up on something. I think it's just I'm doing a lot of like experimental brainwave entrainment stuff. And I think if one tries to like explain oneself away or give too many excuses, it ends up just sounding too off. It's better to just not do too many of those.
There's no sign of Divine Hazel. I'm waiting for her, but she hasn't come back. So I don't know. I'm going to give her another 60 seconds, but then I am going to end the show. I presume she might still be able to get on if she uses that link. even if the show's ended. So just take a note of the link, and you can still get on Divine Hazel.
Yeah, but I guess one could say the devil's in the. Now, any closing remarks is that I guess everything sucks or something, right? I can't say
I
something
never said that.
inspired right now, and I didn't pay attention to the majority of the
Keep
conversation.
striving for Gnosis. That's what I say.
The
Keep
devil's
striving
in
for Gnosis.
serotonin.
DMW.
Yes.
Chickpea.
Yes, Chickpea.
Yeah, do you watch Bible stories on YouTube?
No.
You should watch it. There's a lot of stuff about Gnosticism on there. It's quite informative. I've been watching it a lot lately, or listening to it a lot lately. It's
Okay.
all about Gnosis and all the gods and everything. Very good.
Right.
It's all
Okay.
anti-Bible.
Interesting. Well,
Yes.
I tell you what, guys, I'm going to shut this show down now. So thank you to everybody for tuning in. We will be live again, hopefully, on Monday. And Divine has tried again, but it says, Divine, you will need to connect your microphone or cam. Oh, I can tell what's happened here, guys. Divine, you've got to allow your microphone or your cam to be utilized. So you have to. Oh, you're done. She's done it. She's figured it out. Guys, this is amazing. I'm going to have to give a preemptive applause here. Divine, welcome to the show. It's so good to have you here.
Thank you.
So it's your first time here, Divine. You've been in the comments, and we're greatly we are privileged and happy that you've made it onto the show. Is there anything you'd like to say about history before we wrap up tonight?
Absolutely fucking not.
Absolutely fucking not.
Girl.
Well, you know what? That was music to my ears, because I am growing rather tired of this boring subject, and it is what it is. We have to move on. Divine, anything you'd like to say in general?
Your subject matter needs to be
Reincarnated.
Recalibrated.
or something. Yeah.
Recalibrate for
Updated.
popular opinion. My subject matter needs to be
Just the
recalibrated.
title of the show shows you what it should be, and you're talking about every fucking thing else.
Oh, you want me to stick to Gnosticism, right?
Yes.
Yes, that's
Okay.
what your show says it is.
Well, you see, Divine, what it is right. Gnosis is trying to achieve
about finding knowledge.
Yeah, trying to find knowledge of what is going on. So we're asking questions about everything.
Knowledge of the past has nothing to do with 2025, darling ones.
Well, there you go, guys. We've been told Divine is here giving us divine wisdom. Divine, can you tell us about Gnosticism in your view then, and what it is, how we achieve Gnosis, please?
Well, I'm glad I wasn't part of it tonight, because, boy, you guys would be ripping me a new asshole. Instead, we'll just keep it between the two that are already in there. Gnosticism is about learning things that you need to apply in your life each day. But we have to rehash what doesn't matter anymore.
Sorry, can you explain that, please?
What happened in World War I has absolutely nothing to do with today, because we've already gone through that and we're never going to repeat that cycle.
Okay.
You have to remember, too, that we're not just the 3D people we think we are sitting in these frickin' meat suits. We're more than who we think we are. And when we level up and realize that, then everything changes. We have to do it in groups, such as this one, because if we do it in groups, then we help each other raise the vibration of the earth, not just talking about freaking shit from the decades ago.
Okay, Divine Hazel, can you explain to us? It's interesting to hear your perspectives. Can you explain to us about our vibrations, what that is, and how raising them can lead to difference? Can you
Okay,
explain?
so our bodies are electrical current. Like, you don't know this? Seriously?
No, I've heard it, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure if that's all that's going on. But no, Divine, that's why I'm here, trying to learn what's going on.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Well, this show isn't about me. It's about the cat being outside or inside or wherever it was, and something else was going. I just don't, All right, so we're electrical bodies. Everything runs on electrical current. Everything outside of our bodies also does. When we drink enough water, it conducts the electrical current within the physical body. At that point, we have a frequency. Our frequency is raised when we keep our bodies hydrated and we eat healthy food. And through connection with the divine, the cosmic creator, not the biblical creator. I'm going to get some kicks on that one. That's fine with me. I'm a weirdo anyways. I own it and I buck up and I own it. So if we're divinely plugged in at all times, drinking our water, eating our really good food, making sure that we're always positive and not negative. I mean, we're humans, so we're, going to have those times where we fall back and so forth and so on. That's perfectly fine. But we need to help each other come to the frequency that we need to, so that we can invite otherworldly people to connect with us to help create the world that we want. Did any one of you ever stop and think, am I in it for this? Did I come down here for this? I was 8 years old standing in front of the freaking television when they were trying to pretend that someone landed on the fucking moon, and I'm going, Mom, why are they lying?
Well done, you.
And she just looked at me like, how do you know? I go, I don't know how I know. And I was always the type of kid that didn't know why I knew what I knew and why I knew it. I just knew it. And I've always been like that. And they used to call me Cinda fucking Rella. And there was nothing I could do about it. I just knew stuff. And that's just kept following me all along until now. And I'm still of that understanding. And I'm still learning. But I'm a multifaceted person. I'm not just one type of person. I'm multifaceted. I can pretty much connect with everybody on every level because I love everyone the way they are, not to conceptualize what I want them to be.
Divine, what is this place in your view? This world, what is it?
It's a simulation. It's an illusion. And we only can create what it is that we want if we are of the ilk of trying to do so.
And what do you want then?
I want love, peace, and happiness, dude.
Why did we create this shithole?
Well, that has something to do with the elites. Let's just call it that way. We had a path we were going to follow. And that was before the United States created a corporation. So we were the United States of America. Then they created a corporation. When they did that, they deviated everyone away from where they were to what they wanted. What they did was they stole a lot of people's identities to steal their wealth so that just a certain few would have all of the wealth and the rest of us would have nothing. And they sit back and they enjoy that feeling. Well, their power has been taken away from them slow but sure. And the more we raise our vibration, the less that they have an impact upon us. Because then the people who can actually help us create the world that we want will be able to align with us and help us create what it is we want.
Who's they?
Otherworldly beings.
All right, so prove it.
Well, I don't know how I can prove it because I wasn't allowed to take pictures, but I've been on the mothership twice. I've been at the center of a mountain.
Wait,
and there
what?
were people. There were people living there.
Okay, guys, let's let Divine explain her experiences. So, you said you've been on a mothership, an alien mothership, Divine?
Yes, I was on the ship twice.
How did that happen?
I knew someone here in the physical who was also on that ship, and they wanted me to go on the ship so I could learn how to navigate it. And I said, why do I need to know how to navigate it? Well, you always did. Why can't you do it? And I went, okay. So I just went along. The first time I didn't know who the person was standing beside me who was showing me, but I just had this funny gut feeling that I knew him. And he was what, 6'2" or 3", and I'm 5'3". And I figured the next night when they were supposed to bring me back up on the ship, that I would go to bed with the intention and think about it and create that when I stood beside him, I was just going to bend down a little bit and look up and see if I could see who it was, because he had this cape on that covered most of his face, and it had a band across the waist, and it was kind of full. It wasn't snug or anything. And if I bent down, I could look right up at his face. Well, that was the plan. So the next night I go to bed, I'm thinking, okay, I'm going to make sure that I look underneath the hood so I can see the person, and I can actually tell them what the fuck. Anyways, so I'm standing there. He's telling me stuff about the ship and what they want me to do. And then I bent down and I looked up at him and I said, excuse me, but I knew it was you. Why didn't you just tell me? And he goes, because I didn't know if you would come on board if I was here. And I'm like, well, that's a strange concept. But anyways, so I was on the mothership twice. All right. He was also a musician while I was here, on this earth plane. And we were at his mom's house. We were sitting in the hallway. We could set up the synthesizer, excuse me. And we were playing music. All of a sudden, the hallway just blinded us. Like we couldn't even see, because there was some light coming from the window. Well, I'm not afraid of anything, so I walked right up to the window and looked, and there was a ship standing there. Well, not standing there, it was flying in there. And I said, our buddies are here. And he goes, yeah, they're just checking in on us. And I said, okay, fine. All right, so that's my third encounter. My fourth encounter was, I was at a Saint Germain retreat in California in 2005. And I went to California to watch my first granddaughter be born. After 2 weeks of spending time with her, I decided I wanted to go to Mount Shasta. So I rent a vehicle, I get up there, and the first night I actually stayed on the mountain itself. And then I came down, and then I actually connected with this woman at the Chamber of Commerce, and she was going to give me a piece of paper of all kinds of fun things to do. And I said, well, I stayed on Shasta Mountain last night because I was told to. And she goes, oh, you don't want that piece of paper. And she pulled it back and she gave me a different one. On the piece of paper, there were a few things on there that she thought that I would be able to, take advantage of and have fun with doing. So the first one was a bookstore. Well, the bookstore had every book that I never can find here. So I just took my books and threw them in the trunk of the car and walked across the street, which was the next place on the list, was a Vogel crystal mineral shop. So I go in, and the lady is allowing me to play with $10,000, $20,000 crystals and minerals. She doesn't let anyone else do this, but she's allowing me for some reason. I'm like, okay, that's interesting. But anyways, I left there. I made an appointment for the next day to have a Vogel crystal healing session. I left there, went across the street. Now, I was supposed to pick up this pendant that Spirit had told me that I needed to pick up, but I couldn't get it. Even though it was sitting there, I couldn't get it because part 2 of that piece of crystal, that mineral, that necklace I was supposed to be getting, didn't come through. So I says, oh, I'll get this one. And then just as I said that, I could hear the door open. I says, oh, never mind, I can get this one after all. And I didn't turn around. And she goes, I get it. And so I picked it out, and the woman came up to me. She was a local author. And she says, man, we've been waiting for you to get here. And I says, I guess so. Everybody's been waiting for me to get here. And so she says, can we connect tomorrow to do healing for the world and the earth on the mountain? And I said, yes. I said, after my Vogel crystal sessions. She said, okay. So she left. I bought the necklace. I put the necklace on and was supposed to wear it throughout the time that I was there. So the next stop I had to make was on the corner. There was like an old kind of Victorian house that had a number of different rooms. I'd never been in there before, but instantly I was told to go to the back room. There was this great big, humongous crystal bowl. I mean, I could sit inside of it and you couldn't see me. It was huge. I've never seen one that big before, and I do have a set, but this was absolutely gargantuan. And so I hit it, and I was just closing my eyes and trying to ground myself. I said, geez, I have to have lodgings, I need to figure out where to eat, And I was just thinking there what I needed to do. And all of a sudden I could hear in the background someone say my name. And I'm like, Jesus Christ, I had to come here 4,000 miles for me to hear you guys crystal clear like that. I didn't say anything else. All of a sudden, I hear it again. So I opened up my eyes and I turned around and I looked at it. It's my friend Jill. Well, I wanted Jill to come out with me because we were part of the same master meditation class here in Maine. But she couldn't come out here with me because she had already moved there a week or two before and forgot to tell me. So I'm like, no wonder I couldn't get a hold of you. And so she says, what are you doing tomorrow? And I said, nothing. She goes, hey, you want to go to St. Germain weekend? I said, love to. Let's go. St. Germain is an amazing ascended master. And so we went to his house personally and did a meditation. And this was on Thursday. And then Thursday evening, he had a class, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So Thursday evening, we went there. We went out to dinner after. Next day, he's there. Friday, same thing. Saturday comes, and there's a certain guest that wants to see me. He has never seen me. I've never seen him. This man's waiting to see me. So, are you willing? And I said, yeah, I guess so. And so then I was told he was there. And Jill came up with me to see him, and he was with someone else. I don't even know who they were. And he goes, man, we have been waiting for you to get here. And I'm just looking at him like, well, I'm here now. What am I supposed to do? And he goes, just be you. Just do what you're doing. I'm like, okay. So at that point, he said, I'm going to ask you to do something that I don't ask everybody to do. I want you to look me directly in the eye. I want you to lift your head, and I want you to look me directly in the eye. And then you'll know. And I said, all right. So in the meantime, he's waving his 2 fingers in front of me in every direction. He was clearing my energy field. And I looked up and I looked him directly in the eye, and I recognized him. He was my husband from a past life, but not a physical, like on earthly life. He was my husband from the planet that I come from. And every time he waved his hand to me, I was telling him, oh, no, how about right here? And he goes, got it. And I go, and he automatically knew where it was I needed to be healed. And he proceeded to do that. We hung around that day. And he said, I know it doesn't sound like much to you, but what you're here to do is what you agreed to do decades and decades and decades ago. And now that you're here, are you still up to doing so? And I said, yes. And so he says, and when you do that, you will be rewarded. And I'm like, oh, I don't need any of that stuff. I'm just here to help the world and be love, peace, and happiness, and everything's cool and copacetic. And so we were sitting on a and disrupt the class. And all of a sudden he elbows me in the ribs and says, look, there's your present. Well, no one else could see this but him and I. But instantly there were angel wings on each side of the mountain. And no one else could see it because I asked Jill if she saw anything, and she said no. Well, I got a little teary-eyed because that's pretty freaking amazing for that to happen for your eyes only. And I never thought anything else about it. It just went on. It touched me emotionally. I got all weepy and, 3D foolishness. And then Saturday ended. He left. I never saw him again. Sunday, went to St. Germain's, last day of the group. And all of a sudden he looks over, and where Jill and I were sitting together at that point, he says, does anyone want to close the ceremony on Shasta Mountain? And of course we all said yes. So we all get in our vehicles and we go over to Mount Shasta. And we're standing there, and we're supposed to be closing the ceremony. And Spirit says to me, now this was a full moon night in July 28th of 2005. It was a full moon. Spirit said to me, I want you to climb the mountain. I said, okay, I've got my climbing boots on. I got water. I've got a jacket if I get cold. Sure, I'll go. So under the full moon light, I climbed to the top of Mount Shasta Mountain. And I'm up there eventually. I don't even have a clock. I didn't bring my phone. I didn't want them to get lost. All I had was my water bottle. And I get up there, and I could tell I was getting really close because the top of the mountain, there was a lot of shale. And I this is going to sound really weird to you guys, but there's a rock wall up there that runs one side to the left and another side to the right, and there's an opening. I didn't feel like I could go through the opening unless I kind of gave them something. So I'm looking all around, and I collect heart-shaped rocks, but this one was a heart-shaped rock from God. I mean, directly. It looks like a cookie cutter cutout of a rock, and it was probably about, I dare say, 3 to 5 pounds, closer to 5 pounds, because I could almost not lift it. I lifted it and put it on the left-hand side because our heart is on the left-hand side. And then I says, well, there has to be balance here. On the right-hand side, I have to find something for that. So I looked around. There was this perfect triangle. So I picked up the perfect triangle and put it on the right-hand side. And then I asked permission, may I walk through? And they said yes. So I probably walked about 15 or 20 steps. And there was the center, and it was going down into a spiral staircase. Well, I probably went down probably about 8 or 10 steps. And then I don't remember anything that happened. The next moment that I do remember, it's 6 a.m. in the morning, and I'm standing beside my rental vehicle. And I don't know how I got there. So that was my other encounter with them. And I keep getting encounters with them. They keep telling me stuff. They keep assuring me that this world is going to shift the way we want it to be. But we have to do certain things in order for that to happen. We can't be buying into the fact that there's going to be a World War III. We can't be buying into the fact that the negativity will continue. What it is that we want, we have to create with our thoughts and our minds and our actions. And until we do that, this is how it is. And the more people we can get on board to raise, like I said, the frequency of who we are as people, they're not going to come and help us because they have to lower their vibration significantly in order to come here. That's why we don't have any mass landings. And we would have to raise our vibration significantly in order to be introduced into their ships. So there's no in between. We have to do everything we can to be everything we can to connect with that, to bring the earth to what it needs to be resonating as. That's all I know. And I thank you for allowing me to have that couple minutes to explain my encounters with the other side. I don't have pictures. They don't allow you to do that.
Yeah.
All I know is that
Go ahead, take some more time.
the person that I went up on the mothership with lives in Florida. He's an ex-Navy SEAL. He knew stuff and he told me stuff. And he's still working with them as I am, but on a different level, in a different way.
So you're working with them now?
Yes.
What are you doing now then with them?
It's mostly energy work. It's mostly I'm a Reiki master teacher. I'm qualified in 32 different modalities. I'm a holistic healer practitioner. I teach people stuff. I teach people meditation. I'm a sound and voice healer. So my whole goal here on the earth is to make sure that my mission is to help others to raise their frequency and their vibration so that we can have the world that we want, not the world that the elites have told us we're going to be connecting with.
That's a serious CV there, Divine. Divine, you're also a singer, I believe.
Excuse me, I didn't hear that.
I said that's a serious CV. You know what a CV is? I think you call it a resume in America, right?
Yeah.
That's a serious resume.
And that's just scratching the surface. I've had some very, very, very unique life. I've had a very unique life, this life. And it's been also a life of turmoil. Like right now.
You don't give a rat's ass about skeptics who say
no, it doesn't pertain. That doesn't pertain. It's anything that's in the negative field, I don't engage with on any level. That's why I had to dismiss myself out of the class tonight, because I enjoy your station. I think it's great. I enjoy your site. I think it's great. I like the diversity. I like the conversations. I like the arguing. I like the one everyone's getting along. But I also know what my limitations are and my boundaries are. And I can't talk about history because it has nothing to do with now. So that's why I dismiss myself out. When I dismiss myself out, it means I'm not in alignment with what's going on in your class. And I hope that you understand that I have to do that because I can't allow my frequency to get low.
Divine, I'm not some kind of frequency tyrant, you know. You thine own self be true. And,
exactly.
So divine, how can we? What can we learn from the frequency that you're engaged in now? At the very moment, what is coming to you right now?
Each one of you here are here for a reason, or you wouldn't be here right now. Each one of you have your own expertise in whatever it is that you do, and so much more.
Wow. That's quite profound.
You are not your 3D bodies. You have been on your whatever planet you're from. You have superpowers. And you know what I'm talking about. When no one's looking, you know what I'm talking about. Your intuition is strong. You can see things without knowing. You can remote view. When you sleep, your body travels to all the other dimensions. You don't share your dreams, but you know darn well what they are. And you know I know what I'm talking about. You all are just as special as everyone else. None of you are any different. You've all got gifts. You just have to tap into them. Plug in, and you'll see that you have them, and you can expound on them. They don't just have to be what you think they could be. They can be so much more than what you think.
Divine Hazel, that's fantastic rhetoric. Now,
that's an interesting term.
Yeah, no. I mean, it's fantastic. It's powerful. It's powerful rhetoric. What I will say is, would you be able to give like an example, like maybe a reading of one of the people here, maybe to help them or to enlighten them or to see what's on the agenda for them, maybe?
At some other time. Okay. I'm not supposed to be doing that tonight. That's not what I'm here to be doing.
That's fine. That's fine. As I say, I don't like to test people. It's just out of like if it's I say I'm not doubting that you have these abilities, but it's interesting to see it play out. As I say, I'd be if it works, it works. You know what I mean, Divine? If something is true, then let it flow. You know. But if you're not here to do that tonight, then I completely understand.
We
So,
all can sit here and do that. Some night when you can't decide what show you want, you can say we can all come together and we all can give messages to each other without even knowing each other, without even having any idea of
can I
anything
send you a
except
message now? Can I send you a message now telepathically, Divine, to see if I can do it? You ready?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Now what I'm going to do is, because I'm a newbie, a novice, I'm going to
you're
send
not a
you.
newbie. That's what
Well,
I've been trying to tell you.
Yeah,
And
I know
guess what? You're getting off the subject.
No, I want to send you a telepathic message. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to send you an animal. I'm thinking of an animal. Okay. I'm thinking of it right now. I'm closing my eyes, and I'm sending you this animal. It's going into your mind, and it's stomping around in there.
Hey, I think you sent it to the wrong person. I'm getting something.
No, Divine is getting it. I'm saying all to Divine. Sorry.
Let him speak.
Divine, the animal is in your head now. It's running around.
Let him speak.
Let the animal speak.
No, let the person who just spoke speak.
I want to send you the animal. Can you tell me the animal I just sent you? Just see if I can do it. Can I do it?
You've been doing it for years.
What animal did I just send you?
I realize that this is your show, but the person that just spoke up, is who's got the animal. I don't.
You didn't get the animal?
He got it.
Oh, no.
Allow him to get it. Allow him to.
The animal? Noodles, did you get the animal? Did it missend?
I think I got it.
Well, it's Divine, I did BCC it. I didn't just send it to you, by the way. I sent it to the others as well. I didn't say that, but it's interesting because others got it as well. So I was sending it to you.
When
Maybe
I
there's
say
a delay.
something like that, when I'm explaining that to you, that you need to contact the person who actually spoke up for himself and said he got it, you're acknowledging his power. That's part of his superpower. We've got to acknowledge each other just the way we're at.
Noodles, what animal did I send you?
You sent a bear, a black bear.
Do you know what? It's so close. It's so close. It has 4 limbs. Yeah. I could take that. It was an elephant, but a bear. I mean, I'm new, so I was sending an elephant.
You've done this before.
Well, it was close. It was a bear. I mean, they walk around on all 4 sometimes, don't they? So I think it was close, but it wasn't close enough. You see, it's a little. I mean, the frequencies. There's so many frequencies out there. I suppose I didn't really engage a frequency. Is that what you're meant to do, Divine?
Well, that's what I call it. I mean, everyone else calls it something different. Vibration, frequency. What else are they calling it? Energy. Christ is a litany of different names that you can call it. Superpower, whatever. But everyone in the group has it or an aspect of it, and everyone needs to bring it out more. So an idea that I had was we could just toss that around some evening as a subject, and we would all enjoy what it is that we were trying to create, because we all want to be more than who we are. We all want love, peace, and happiness, I would hope. If you don't, you probably shouldn't be in the group.
All right, I'm sending you an animal. I got it.
One second, guys. Let Noodles, do you want to send something? You can CC it to me or BCC it, whatever.
I'm not CCing or anything. I'm sending it directly to Divine. I'm sending them the animal.
Okay.
All right.
I'm not sure if I was clear. Each one of us has something different that we're really, really good at it. I don't pick up. I do not pick up messages.
Noodles sent something to you, but I got it, Noodles. I think it was a little pecker of some description.
Divine.
That is so far off, dude. Jesus Christ, man.
Divine.
Sorry.
I think what you're doing is, I think, like, you're having your normal thought pattern and you're interpreting what I'm sending.
Divine, let Chickpea talk.
Divine, I want to know if Divine got my animal or not.
Divine, can I ask you something?
No, Divine has to tell me what my animal is.
That is not what my specialty is. You're not getting it.
Oh, but you were ready for when DNW was going to send you an animal.
Because I knew someone was going to get the message and it wasn't going to be me.
No one got the message.
You did. Wasn't it you?
I was wrong.
Oh.
Right. Can I talk to Divine now? Please?
Practice makes perfect. I don't know what you want me to say. I just know I don't do telepathic connection with earthly people.
Divine.
Oh, you should have mentioned
I can
that.
do telepathic connection when I'm up on the ships, but I don't do it down here. Do you know why? There's no one down here to do it on a consistent basis to keep it going.
Divine. Hello.
Have you ever walked into a crowd and right up to a person because they were the only one in the room, but there was a crowd of people there? I'll never forget it. I was in a room full of like at least 200 people. I never saw any of those 200 people, but I walked right up to a person and I looked at them directly in the eye and I said, yeah, you dragged me here? He just looked at me and said, you got the message? I go, yeah. I says, but I didn't dress up for it.
Divine.
And he just looked at me. It's like, that's that kind of stuff that we're good at. I'm good at helping to heal the earth, heal people individually, heal myself. I'm not a telepathic connection person because we don't have enough of it down here to continue it and to keep it going on a consistent basis.
Divine.
Yes.
Right. Can I ask you something, please? What was the color inside, the color of the inside of the spaceship? I mean, the color of the air. I mean, you know, the whole thing of it. What's the color?
It reminded me of platinum.
Because before I was born into this world, many years ago, I went to the hypnotherapist. I discovered I existed in another place and had a blue before coming into this world. And I'm still trying to find out where it was I was. I know it sounds completely mad. A hypnotist told me. So I was hoping maybe it was one of your spaceships or something. I still don't know what it was.
It sounds like it was that person really knew what they were doing.
Talk to me.
So did she, or she wouldn't have been there.
Hi. No, what happened with Divine was I was in this blue place. I watched my own conception and I watched my fetus growing. Then I put a V on the forehead and then I was born. And I was born with a huge red V on my forehead. So unfortunately, it matches up with reality. I'm not happy about it. I'm very unhappy about it, which is one of the reasons why I come here now and hope that perhaps DNW and Gnosis can put some light on everything. Because I'm 70 years old. I'm going to be dying soon. And I want to know why.
No, that's not what I've been told. No, you have a lot more longer to live. It's a choice. It's a choice. You can die tomorrow if you choose to, or you can wait and die another 20 years. It's your choice.
Well, I'm not going
But you were one of the first way showers.
What?
You were one of the first way showers, people who come to the earth to show the way that life can be rather than the way that they perceive it to be.
Well, I'm here to do something. I'm here to some reason. I've always felt I'm here on some sort of crazy fact-finding mission. I know this sounds completely mental. It all sounds mental. But I don't fit in. I've never fitted in the world, you know. I fit in okay on the surface, but in my soul, I don't fit in.
Do you own it?
My soul.
Do you own it?
What, my soul? Of course I own my soul.
No, do you own who you are and why you are the way you are? Do you own it?
Yes, I do. I want to do. I follow my heart.
Okay, there you go. That's all that matters. It doesn't matter that you don't fit into any molds because we're not here to fit in any molds. We're here to be who we are. So it's called let go, allow, just be, and heal. And when you do all those things, you're in direct connection to what we are. It's almost like putting your finger in a light socket.
Well, I hope so, because I'm going to see some hypnotherapists in the spring.
I wouldn't waste your time and money and energy on that.
Well, I want to know if I've lived before. I want to know.
So sit quiet and ask the creator of all that is, not the one in the Bible.
Well, I don't believe in him. He's an asshole. Good God, I know nothing.
Okay, yeah, you're on the same wave as me. There you go.
Asshole. I hate him. You know, when I meet him, I'm going to get myself a big sword and stick him right in his eyes because I hate him with a passion. I cannot.
Good, because he should be hated.
I hate
That's
him.
the one that the world, the elite, have made sure that everyone thought was the true God, and he's not the true God. Let's just say, have you ever had the pleasure of having a child?
No.
Okay, unfortunately, but that's okay. You've got little fur babies. You've got your fur babies, and those are your babies, right? You could no more sacrifice any one of your children. And now you're telling me the God of the Bible could sacrifice his only son. Hello. Yes. No, we couldn't. Not if you're real. Not if you're who you say you are.
Oh, no,
and most women will fight for anyone's children, not just their own. We're like lionesses. We will fight for anyone's child, even if it isn't our own. So no, you cannot sacrifice your only son. That's freaking bullshit.
I wouldn't have a son. I wouldn't have one. I wouldn't have a child for all the tea in China. And I'm so grateful to be born into a world with abortion on demand.
I was told when I was 8 years old that I was going to have two sons.
Yeah.
They were both going to be named, their first name was going to be J, and their last name automatically was a C because that's what their father's last name was in that moment. And there was a connection that connected all of that.
No, I've always known. From my earliest memories, I've always known I did not want to have children. I can't imagine anything worse. I can't.
But the vine, isn't it evil to bring kids into this world because this world is an evil place?
No, I taught my sons to be men, not pansies.
No, but isn't the world ruled by an evil? Isn't it an evil place ruled by evil people?
No, an aspect of the world is that way, but we're not all like that.
No, but I mean, just look at how nature operates and how animals consume each other. Like, isn't that evil?
No, that's nature.
No, it's disgusting and it's evil. Like, it's not supposed to be like that.
Appeal to nature is a fallacy.
Nature's supposed to be the way it is, or else it wouldn't be that way.
No, that's disgusting. It shouldn't be this way. No.
No, we have the ability to change.
It's a choice. He's right.
Right, but you're saying that nature should be the way that it is, where animals exploit each other for food.
That's why they're here in this 3D moment to experience the earth the way they have to experience it. We can't interrupt like that. It's like we're sitting, we go to Africa, right? And we go to these damn safaris. We're not supposed to be doing that. We don't belong being around wild animals. They could kill us. I don't care if you're in a freaking fast truck running the opposite direction. You don't belong out there. That's food for them.
Right, but you just said that nature is good the way it is. So if we do get eaten by them, isn't it right for the lion to eat us?
Yeah.
If you're in the wrong place at the wrong freaking goddamn time, they should eat you. You deserve to be eaten.
Right. Okay. Well, what about a zebra? So it's okay for a lion to eat a zebra? It's fine that that happens?
Yes, because that's what they're here to do.
No, that's wrong. That shouldn't be happening. No.
Yeah, I find it wrong. Even
in the world that we're going to have, that perhaps might not be, but the world that we have right now, we have to be realistic. It would not be happening if it wasn't supposed to be.
Well, that's like saying no. You'd have to then say all the children that get raped and murdered.
That's a totally different thing. You know what that is? That is men being perverts, and they shouldn't be.
Why is that different?
It's totally different. It's a person.
Why?
Animals don't have souls.
What? Yes,
right, but animals kill each other all the time. They kill their kids all the time.
Wait a minute. Who are you to say
no.
Wait.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Who are you to say animals don't have souls?
Animals have souls.
Not the kind of souls that people have.
What?
Wait, so how do you know that though? How do you know?
Talking about?
I asked God. I asked the cosmic creator. I call him infinity or the cosmic creator. He's not the scripture of the God in the Bible. I don't talk to him at all.
I just asked God. God said that they have souls, and it's the same soul as ours.
They have a soul, but they do not have the same souls that we do.
No, God just said they do. God, I just talked to God. He said they do.
Animals
You're being facetious, and there's no need of it.
Because I just spoke to God, and God said that they have souls. So
animals don't have moral
I never
capacity.
disputed the fact that they have souls. I said they have different souls than people.
First, you said they don't have souls. Then you changed your.
No, I did not.
Yes, you did.
No, I did not. I know what I'm saying here. Don't you try to undermine me. I'm not going to sit here and take your foolishness. You have to remember there's 6 people around in that group right there, and there's only one of me.
I just asked God, and God said that they have the same souls as humans.
Are you talking to the correct God?
Are you?
Yes.
Oh, I am too.
Then you should have gotten the same answer.
Well, no, I think that you're talking to the wrong God. How about that?
We can't talk to the real
We
God.
will not be arguing. Let's just say it that way.
Well,
He's out of bounds.
animals have souls, so I don't see what the difference is.
They have a different soul than people.
No, they have the same soul.
They have a different consciousness than people.
So do all people have different consciousness than other people. What is that? What do you mean? What is that? Why is that a justification for letting bad things happen?
Bad things happen as far as what?
Why is it a justification to say it's okay for animals to tear each other apart, but it's not okay for people to tear humans to tear each other apart because of some difference in consciousness? So if you take a human that has an equivalent consciousness to an animal, is it okay for that human to tear someone else apart or be torn apart?
No, you're going to find most of the people who are of that ilk have certain things that they need to do for their physical body that they're not doing.
But it doesn't matter. That's not the question.
You're talking to Hazel May Bouchard. I don't know who else the fuck you want to talk to, but that's who I am right now. And I'm telling you, it's my understanding that animals have a different sort of consciousness than we do.
Yeah,
they have a different.
If you trait equalize the consciousness, there's humans that have the same level of consciousness as a pig, for example. Is it therefore okay to let them be torn apart by other animals or let them tear other animals apart? If the answer is no, then you've contradicted yourself.
No, I'm not saying no. I'm saying that there's something physically wrong with that person, and you're not understanding that part.
It doesn't matter.
Because you want to hear what you want to hear, and that's perfectly fine. You're allowed to want to hear what you want to hear.
Just say there's something.
But I'm not going to come down. I'm not going to undermine who I am and what I know as a person to align myself with what you're trying to say or try to make me think I'm saying when I know what I'm saying. I've been in the same body for hundreds of years, and I'm going to be in the same body until I decide to pop out of here, and nothing's going to change my mind. So don't sit there and argue with me. There's no point. Can we change the subject if you're going to continue arguing?
You think something's wrong or abnormal. The point is, if the trait is equalized, it doesn't. If it's wrong in the human context, it should be wrong in the non-human animal context.
No, because we're two different consciousnesses. There's nothing to do with each other.
Well, I'm a different
Animals do not sit there and pray to God, for Christ's sake.
How do you know that? How do you know that?
I would just like to say.
How do you know? First of all, how do you know that?
Billion of us lot.
How do you know animals don't pray? And if
are you just someone who likes to argue with people because you get off on it or something?
You're saying that someone has to be able to pray in order for it to be okay to protect them, then you could just say that children.
That's a thought-provoking question.
That little children, that have that same.
Take a deep breath, young man.
You take a deep breath. I know what I'm actually asking you to be logically consistent with your position.
And I am.
No, you're making a contradiction.
No, I'm not.
If a human has the same level of consciousness as an animal, Is it okay for that to whatever happens to those animals to happen to that human?
There's more going on with that human than you're aware of.
So there could be, what do you say? Why does that matter? What difference does that make? That's not the trait that we're talking about. Doesn't matter
Well,
how.
if you don't have the understanding of it, you're not going to know it until you do.
So, are they deserving of any of that stuff? Is like, I don't understand why that matters. The point is that if the trait is equalized, if the human has that same level of consciousness, why aren't they therefore on the same level as those animals? And it's okay for, them to be harmed or harm others by other animals.
You have the answer inside. Why do I have to tell you what it is?
No, I'm asking you. I'm asking you to be
You want my opinion, and then you're going to get pissed off because you don't like my opinion.
Well,
You know what? I could tell you the rest of the story, but you're still going to get pissed off. So what's the point?
Because the point is showing you that you have a logical inconsistency. There's a contradiction.
My person, the person that I know myself to be, is always that way. It doesn't fall to the wayside just because I'm being asked questions.
Well, first you said animals don't have souls, and then you said they have a different kind of soul. And then I explained to you
they don't have the same soul as people. That should be pretty goddamn fucking obvious.
God just told me they do. God just told me they do.
No, there's no way.
Yeah, there is. I just talked to God. God said they have the same soul.
Can I just interrupt? May I interrupt?
Sure.
I didn't open up the stove before I put wood in.
Can I interrupt?
Yeah, go ahead, Chickpea.
Sorry about that.
Actually, speaking on the souls of animals, when you see a mother cat with her kittens.
It's like 17 degrees here, so I had to fill a wood stove, and I didn't close it up before I put it in.
When you see a mother cat with her kittens, a mother cat has a way superior soul than any human mother. And I don't care what anyone has to say on the subject. Yes, I prefer animals to people. I think we're a nasty fucking lot, actually. And I don't like us very much. I don't go around hurting anyone, but they have got superior souls to us, I believe. That's what I believe.
I didn't say that we were more superior than they were. I said they have different souls than we do.
Yeah, better ones. Yes, better.
That's all I said.
Right, so, but you're basically saying that we're better than them, Divine.
I never said that either.
Well, you're insinuating that it's not okay for humans to harm
You're putting
each other.
words in my mouth, and that's wrong. That is dead wrong.
You said
if you can't have a conversation and stick to the subject and actually go with what's being said instead of what you want to hear, then I'm going to click out. I'm not playing this game with you.
So
I did not say we were better than animals. Not one time have I ever said I'm better than an animal.
You're saying that it's wrong for humans.
I said they have different conscious levels. They have different souls than we do. That's all I said.
Okay, so you're saying because of their souls, it's okay for them to harm each other, but humans are not allowed to harm each other because of our souls. Now, I'm telling you that God has just told me they have the same soul. So now, why is it okay for them not to harm? Why is it okay for them to harm each other, but humans not to, since we have the same souls?
Are we going to let this continue, or we're going to put an end to this? Who's moderator here? Or has he disappeared?
I am here. I'm here. Sorry, guys.
No, I just want to ask you something different. Okay, so how do you access these so-called gifts? Like how do you know that everyone has them?
You sit quietly and you figure it out, and you ask the creator of all that is, not the biblical creator of all that is, what your gift is. What can you share with the world that you're good at? What is it that you can do to help here to create your mission here. Why are you here? You know that. You've known that since you were a child, what you've always wanted to do or always wanted to be. That's just why you're here, to create what it is that you came here for.
No, but I feel like I'm a prisoner here. I feel like this is a
Yeah.
matrix of suffering and death.
Then
I don't
fucking
feel
pop
like
off
I'm here to
then and
create
spare
everything.
us.
What do you? Wow, so you're telling me to kill myself? Well,
No, I
wow,
said
okay.
pop off. That's different.
Well, you're basically
She
saying I
meant
should kill
hop
myself.
off
That's
the stream.
basically
No, she meant
Look,
hop
if
off
you're
the
so
stream. She meant
goddamn
hop off
miserable,
the stream.
may as well pop off. We don't need the
oh
negativity.
no.
She
Wow,
meant
so you're
pop off
basically
the
telling me
stream.
to
She
kill
meant pop
myself.
off the stream.
Okay.
No, Jay, don't say that. She meant pop off
No,
the
I'm
stream.
saying if you think that you're such a freaking goddamn prisoner here, then do something about it.
In what way? What way do you mean, Divine Hazel?
Figure out what it is that you want to do and be that.
Oh, Divine.
Don't be the prisoner. You are imprisoning yourselves.
Divine.
No, but our body is a prison. Don't you see that the human body is a prison with all its needs and wants and
No,
stuff?
that's just your perspective.
Wow.
Divine. Can I ask you a
That's not
question?
who you are. I'm sorry to tell you that, but that's not who you are.
Divine. Can I
Wait,
ask you a
but
question?
I don't feel like I can't escape my body whenever I want to, so I'm basically trapped within
Yes, you
my
can
body.
at night when you sleep.
No, but I've never been able to astral project or do any of these things. I've never done that.
When you go to bed, lay there and say, it is time. I am ready.
Divine.
And you will. May take you a day, may take you 2 days, 6 days, 6 weeks. Just keep doing the same thing consistently until you are ready. It's kind of like, I don't know if this is a correct way to do it, but Dr. Wayne Dyer used to say in the day when he was alive, fake it till you make it. And you know what? He was right in that, because when you put yourself in alignment with what you want, you will create what you want.
Divine.
And you want to learn how to astral project, you will learn how to astral project.
No, not just astral project, like leave this human body for good and leave it behind. That's what I want.
That's death, dude. Just, you know how to do that.
But what if he's
Wow, okay.
What if he's destined to live? What if he has been destined to live? Because it happens, and I know so because I've tried it. I tried to commit suicide in my very late 30s.
Obviously, he doesn't know that yet. He thinks he's in a prison. Hello?
I
Until he stops thinking he's in a prison, he'll keep thinking these thoughts.
Yes, can I just finish? I have tried to leave. I took a massive overdose, absolutely massive. And the doctors said there was no way I could have survived what I'd taken.
You were not meant to go then.
No, yes, exactly.
Sometimes just your energy needs to be here to help shift the earth. You don't even have to do anything. You just have to be.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, if he talked about suicide, it's all a good say commit suicide. But what if some outside force has decided he's going to stay here, whether he likes it or not? Because it's happened to me. And it has happened to me. And I've got a horrible past, and I took such a huge dose. And I spent 18 months in hospital because of it. And they said there was no way I could have survived what I'd done. And I know for a fact, some external force was involved, and I know it.
Probably the planet you come from decided that wasn't a checkout time for you.
I know, and you know what? It terrifies me. It absolutely terrifies me, which is why I'm here trying to find out how I stop it from happening again, because I don't want to come back for another 17 years.
Hey, isn't Divine, aren't you a singer?
Yes.
Can we hear you sing?
No.
Oh, Divine, can I ask you something else? Divine,
yes.
What's your take on rhesus negative blood?
On what blood?
Rhesus negative. You know, some of us are born with rhesus negative.
Oh, yeah.
And some of us are born with positive blood, and the negative and the positive can't breed.
That's a rare form of blood. That is not like everyone else's.
Yeah, I've got rhesus negative, and I can't have children with a man who's rhesus. Not that I want to anyway.
My cousin had that same thing, and when she had a child when she wasn't supposed to, he ended up being born with no brain.
Yeah, all these terrible default, because I've got that blood type. Doesn't surprise me. Yeah, what do you think of that? Because it's weird, isn't it?
it's a unique, but it's unique for a reason. And I have to admit to you that I'm not up on that.
Yeah. Yeah, I've got it. Yeah.
Because I remember when it happened to her, we were all at the funeral home burying this infant child. And I just like, wow, how can you be born with no brain? And why would you have a child knowing that you had that unique blood in the first place?
Well, the thing is, you don't know until after you.
Well, yeah, she was quite a space cadet, let's just say.
All right.
Wait, but Hazel, couldn't it just be that was that child's purpose? How to be born and die? Why wasn't it?
Yes,
just
because there was a lot of lessons that that child, even though it only was here for a few days, there were lessons that that child gave each one of those people in the family. That child came for a reason, and there was a message that that child gave to everyone that was here, that was connected to it. And the whole thing
so what was the lesson?
I don't know what everyone else's lesson was, but it was mine. Mine was that you just cannot take life for granted. You need to pay attention. Teenagers should not be having a child before they're 30. Their bodies are not ready. They're not mature enough.
Yes.
Yes,
very true.
The maturity of a brain in a girl is like, I think it's 32, and men's brains don't develop until like 40 or 41, I believe. Yeah. You should not be having any children before then.
Yes, that's very true.
Wow. Okay.
Actually,
wait, I thought the brain developed at 25.
Okay, and then what else was there? There's like when it comes to major disease,
there's a plan
like MS, cancer, diabetes, any major disease has nothing to do with anything but the fact that your body has been compromised in one way or the other, be it with drugs or alcohol or smoking too much weed, or the way you've been eating could be introducing your body to parasites. When you do a thorough parasite cleanse, now I'm talking the correct way, you have to look it up. You have to find a thorough parasite cleanse, which usually means 7 days of some sort of a solution you're taking, then you have a few days off, and then you have to start doing it again. Once you do that, you've gotten rid of the parasites. But you can't reintroduce parasites back into the body, or you're just going to continue whatever, cycle your body was going through in the meantime. Parasites have been the number one killer for decades, and the doctors are not going to tell you that. I used to be a pharmacy aide, so I know what I'm talking about. When I asked my pharmacist, what is it how do they make medicine? He says, I have to tell you, the first thing they do is they put a pile of salt there, and then they add their chemicals to it. Yeah. And I just sat there and I was like astounded that they would start it all off with salt. But they're not starting off with Celtic salt or Himalayan sea salt. They're starting it off with all that salt that's not good for us.
Oh, what salt? Which salt is that?
Of not putting those parasites back in, you will have total health. Now, I have to tell you a story. My husband of 36 years passed away because I did not have this information. My sister just passed away 2 years ago because I did not have this information. My mother passed away in 2018 because I did not have this information. If I had this information, 3 of the most special people in my life, and my best friend too. My best friend Karen passed away of cancer. She would still be alive too if I had this information. So I did not have it then, but I have that information now, and I tell everyone about it because parasites are what's taking people out and causing them disease.
Prove it.
Do you eat meat, mister?
What do you think?
I don't know. I don't know you. You have to remember, you guys have an advantage over me. All of you know each other. I don't have any idea of anything about you. But yet you sit there and think that all 6 of you guys can sit there and ask me all kinds of thousands of questions, and I'm going to have the answer that you need to hear.
Divine Hazel, I'm not being mean to you, darling. So, yeah.
So, are you a vegetarian or are you vegan?
I'm
guessing vegan because you argue too much.
Take care, brother Marcus. Nice to have you with us. Hope you come on next time, brother. Have a good weekend.
Wait, so what's wrong with being vegan? Divine Hazel, what's wrong with being vegan?
There's nothing wrong with that. If that's the choice that you choose to make, that is your prerogative. We're all here to live our lives the way we want to live our lives. It's not up for us to control what other people do. It's none of
What
our
about the
business to
victims?
criticize
What
or
about
judge
the
anyone. It's
victims?
not us up to us to
Actually,
control people.
I
We're
would
all
definitely,
individuals and we need to be individuals. But you guys are expecting me to know who you are when I have no fucking clue who any of you are.
I would definitely stop someone else from harming, from, you know, committing harm against an animal if I could.
It's not a personal choice. It's
I
if
live out
victims
here
are
on
involved, it's
110
not a personal
acres. There's
choice.
no one here but me. I live here. I don't go out only once a week if I have to. If I don't have to and my son will go get my groceries, I stay here. I don't go out amongst the people. I'm not like everyone else. I don't fit in.
Do you think that God is all knowing?
The real one? Yes.
Do you think that God is all powerful?
The real one? Yes.
Well, in that case, none of us really have a choice because God already knew what was going to happen when he made us.
We already knew what was going to happen when he made us. We came down and we agreed to the life that we agreed to when he created us. When we sat on the right side of him, we planned our whole life out with him. And because we were who we were and still are, that's why we said yes to all of this. We weren't
we didn't have a choice. He knew we would say yes. That's why he said it's all based on God's choice.
Sorry about that.
God created all of us, so
No, we don't get a choice.
If God is all knowing and God is all powerful and God is the creator of the universe, then God already knew what our choice would be. God set everything in motion, so there is no real choice.
We don't get a choice. I know so because I learned that being a hypnotist. We don't get a choice.
Yeah, and God told me too, by the way.
And God's an asshole, by the way. But we don't get a choice. And I know so because I learned it in hypnotist when I went to see hypnotist.
The biblical God in the Bible sucks.
No, I'm not talking about the biblical God. I'm talking about the real God.
But we don't
the cosmic creator, the infinity, the one.
The one.
Okay.
The one.
Noodles, you're talking to God. Can you give me the handle of the God? I want to talk to him as well.
He's
you have it
right now.
We all have it.
But we have no choice. Well, I didn't. But when I get to meet this asshole, can you hear me? I'm going to kill him with big
well, wait. If whatever you do, God will have already planned it. God already knows what's coming.
No, he doesn't know what I'm planning.
God is all knowing. If God's all knowing and all powerful, which God is, because God just told
me. He gave us the freedom to live our life the way we choose to live it.
And he already knew what our choices would be because he's all knowing, and so he set that all.
I'm not happy about that, and I tell you, I'm not happy about it.
So he doesn't actually give us any free will.
And I tell you. Well,
we have more choices than you're aware of.
No, we don't. God already made all of our choices for us.
Does anyone else talk in this group?
Yeah, I do.
You'd have to agree with that because you agreed that God is all knowing and all powerful and created everything. So
the cosmic creator created everything and everyone.
And is all knowing. And is all
the one in the Bible has nothing to do with us, unless you're a Christian. If you're a Christian, then the one in the Bible is up your alley.
I'm talking about the cosmic creator, the all-knowing God, created us, knowing every decision and every move we would make. Therefore, that creator actually made all of those decisions for us.
No, we made those decisions. He gives us free will.
God made those decisions because God knew that what we were going to do before God created us. So therefore, God chose to set that in motion.
So what's God's
take? At any given moment, we can change anything about our life that we've decided that we're going to do or be down here.
We can't change what God already knew it was going to happen.
Whatever.
That's just the fact.
That's your idea of what it is, and you know what? That's a blessing because each one of us should have our own opinions.
If you agree that God's all knowing, then that would stem logically from it.
You know what? I agreed to come. If you can even fucking believe this, I came down here and I was a dancer and an entertainer. That was my life. I enjoyed it. I was very, very well connected. And all of a sudden, I was doing this wonderful favor for someone because I've been a hospice worker for 45 years. And I was sitting there and I was working with this woman because she just had a hip surgery. And I says, hey, I'm in between. I'll just come up there and I'll be around and I'll help you do things. I'll take care of the animals because I know you can't. And so she has 6 horses and 6 dogs. And I was taking hay off the back of a truck. One of the hay bales shifted and threw me over the edge. I instantly broke my femur. As I was going down, I knew it was happening. I'm like, great. So I was on the passenger side of a truck that was huge on a dead-end road. So I decided to pull myself to the driver's side because at least if anyone came up the road, they may have the opportunity to see me. But there was a line of trees there and brush. I didn't think that was going to be possible. I laid there for 3 hours in pain, screaming my head off, banging the side of the barn, her million freaking goddamn dollar barn. She didn't hear that. But in the meantime, I know damn well she saw me laying there. She actually saw me laying in her driveway and she failed to help me get up.
There's more seats there, guys, if you want to come on. Robin Atkins, you're very welcome to come on here. Alpha, D-Name, whoever else is there I haven't mentioned, you're welcome to come on this link. The link is there in the pinned chat. Sorry, go ahead, Divine.
This happened in 2009. I've had 5 surgeries on my knee. I just had the last one a couple months ago. It was because she was a witch and she created this. Did I have something to do with it? Yes, I must have, or else it wouldn't have happened to me. But all I know is that my life is totally different now. And I had to get used to that.
Divine, my life's like that. I used to be, until I was 40, completely wild. All of a sudden, RA arrived and showkeys, and my whole life went for another extreme. Just like yours has gone. That's happened to me.
I don't know. It's just really strange to me why we would opt for that, but then I understand it on a totally different level. There's so many things that can happen to you when you become a performer, such as what happens and what we've been witnessing happening now with some of the celebrities, early passing and so forth and so on. The best part is some of the ones that have, wink, wink, passed away are still alive. That can be proven. But I know darn well that my life would have been different had I decided to go forward in that direction. So when I realized that I can sing to anyone in the world and it doesn't matter, I don't have to be up on a stage. My voice is here. I've got it every single night. I sit there and I sing. So it doesn't matter. I don't have to be up on a stage to do so. And I'm glad that I don't have to do it that way, that I'm not appeased by that, because I would not be where I am spiritually if I was up on a stage all the time. Now, I've never been drunk a day in my life. I've never done drugs. Yes, I inhaled in high school. So I've always had a connection ever since I was 8 years old, that I remember the time when I first really remember having strange or unique or weird things happening around me. Bumblebees would land in my hand and they wouldn't sting me, and I would talk to them.
Well, bumblebees generally don't sting because they don't. They don't sting. That's common.
And I just had a connection with little tiny babies and animals, and it was like I've known them forever.
Yeah, I have that. Weird. Yeah. I get all sorts of weird creatures coming to me. It's always been like that. I love it because I love animals.
No, my favorite are birds. I just love birds.
Yes.
Those are my favorite.
Yes, I've got a whole lot of sparrows living outside. I live in central London, but there's a great big tree where I live, and every day a load of sparrows come to feed on the suet balls I put out.
Oh, let's not talk about the suet balls
I'm
again.
just saying, that's what I put out for them, okay? I'll change it.
If I didn't have to get on an airplane, I'd come and visit you.
Yeah, they're lovely to watch. These little sparrows and there's pigeons.
Maybe I'll
everywhere.
find an underground tunnel.
And grey, I get foxes come around here and everything. And I live in a quite rough part of East London. You know Hackney? DNW?
No, I'm here from Maine.
Yes, I do. I was in Hackney Central about 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, that's my neck of the woods.
I walked all the way there. I walked all the way there from Dalston Junction, and then I walked back to Dalston Junction from Hackney Central.
Speaking of
that's where I live.
East London, you know what I had recently, Chickpea? My friend made me vegan pie mash.
Yeah.
Ooh,
Vegan pie
nice.
mash.
Yes.
I'm told that there's some shops still there's some shops near where you are that make vegan pie mash.
Yes, Hackney's very vegan-y. It's ever so strange. It's very lots of vegan places around, and it's a weird place, but it's really rough place, and there's all these animals come here. Weird.
Pie mash is like one of my favorite meals now.
Yeah. Quite right too.
Have you heard of Amherst Road, Chickpea?
Yes,
That's where I went to.
Aren't they beautiful houses? Those big houses?
Yeah.
I'd love to live there. I would sell my soul to live in Amherst Road.
That's where I was. I was visiting there.
Lucky you. It's a nice road. So where do you live? Now you know where I live.
Oh, come on now. I live in a caravan. Didn't you know?
No, you do not.
You're a gypsy? They're beautiful people.
There you go. No, I'm not really a gypsy, but I am nomadic in my view of attachment. You know, I aspire to be a nomad. You know, yeah.
So what star sign are you?
I don't know.
Yes, you do. What star sign are you? DNW. What star sign are you?
Well, it depends what you mean by star sign, because I heard that there's different. Like you could be born under the moon of Aquarius, but be a Pisces.
No, you have your sun sign, then you have your rising sign.
It depends on what day you actually were born. Determines what day, what sign you are.
Yeah, the rising sign.
Man waiting in the sky. He'd like to come and see us, but he thinks he'd blow our minds.
Astrology for a couple of years, and you have your rising sign, the sign that's on the horizon when you're born, and there is a horrible amount of truth in it.
So why don't everybody buck up and tell us what month you were born and what sign you are?
Well, you can't tell unless you know the stuff about persons, because just you have your sun sign, and that may be very prevalent depending on how many.
That is the day the astrological chart says that you're born is your sun sign. So
right, that's your sun sign, and depending how many stars you have in your sun sign.
I'll start. I'm an Aquarius. Chickpea, what are you?
I'm a Cancer with Virgo rising.
Okay.
And Aries moon. I know all my charts, my whole chart, and there is truth in it. There's a horrible amount of truth in it. We think we're born free, but we're not, because I studied it for 2 years, just my own private chart. And it talks about my childhood. I had a very unhappy childhood, and it was written in my stars. Written in stars. Yeah, so it's all there. It's a fascinating subject. So do you know what your rising sign is? Divine?
Yeah, it's written down here somewhere.
Oh, yeah.
I don't memorize any of that foolishness.
Well, I did it to try and, I went through a whole mental.
I find it funny that you say that.
Guys, if anybody wants to hop on here, please do, because I'm going to shut this down in the next few minutes. But you can stay on here and talk backstage. Okay? I'm just
Why
going to
you
turn the
leaving?
live off. No, I'm just going to turn the live off because it's very late here and I might fall asleep. I don't want to do that with it on. So, yeah.
I noticed you're
I'll
not
leave it
talking much. How come?
because I've spoken a lot already. Do you know how long this has been going on? 4.5 hours, and I think I spoke for the first
You
3
gonna
hours.
turn into a pumpkin?
Well, yeah, I just haven't got the same energy levels. Maybe I'm not on the right frequency, Divine. I've had a long
Oh, you're
day.
funny.
You know,
Use my words against me.
no, I'm not, John. No, I wouldn't do that. I literally had a long day, Divine. You know.
Okay. I'll let you
But
get
no,
away with it this time, but next time be prepared.
I wasn't being facetious there. I was saying maybe I am on the wrong frequency because maybe there's a better frequency to be on. You know, I do.
I
You know,
think
maybe.
you're actually mixing up the word frequency with spectrum there.
It had something to do with that crazy.
Wow.
When you perceive things to be the way they are is what they are. So if you tell yourself
Okay.
you're tired, you're going to be.
Well, okay, but guys, can we do a closing remarks for the live stream then? Everybody can say something, and then we will close it. And this is funny because this is the second time I've done this tonight, but this is genuinely the last remarks of the show tonight live. As I said, you can stay on here, but live, these will be the last remarks. Tanel, would you like to say something live before we shut this down?
I'm just too baffled listening to all of this.
Okay, Chickpea, and I think.
Thank you for being here.
Sorry, Chickpea?
I said thank you for being here.
That's what I
Okay.
just said too.
Wow, you both said it at the same time. Honestly,
Yes.
Why did you say that's a synchronicity?
it is a synchronicity.
Yes, it is, sir.
Oh yeah, it's not like a likely coincidence considering the circumstances.
No, they both said it at exactly the same time. That was remarkable. Divine, would you like to say anything else?
No, it's been a pleasure.
Okay, thank you. Noodles, anything?
Nah.
Okay.
Me.
And Jay, would you like to say anything in closing for the live? As I said, I'll let you guys talk in the back
Have a
room.
great weekend, everyone. Hope you all stay safe out there and that you're able to squeeze whatever little happiness we can out of this miserable existence.
Wow.
Okay, guys, until next time, make sure you subscribe on YouTube or follow on Twitter for more streams like this, deep dives into trying to figure out what the hell is going on in this reality and how we can shape it for our own benefit and for the benefit of others. Do take care and don't be an arsehole. Take care now. Bye-bye.